So was Galileo a good guy?
Freaking Glober.
He said he was Italian.
Yeah, he's an Italian Glober.
An Italian Glober.
He's not a good fella.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Robert Edward, Pablo de la Cruz, Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Playing Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, JMels24, Unamento, Iron26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. As I say, links to Patreon are below this video. But with that, I'll hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. Right, I've done my intro now, Neil.
Yeah, this guy Galileo, he was sentenced to prison by the Roman Catholic Church in 1633 because he defended the Copernican system, right? But it was a house arrest. He lived in a life of luxury.
Okay.
Listen to this. While formerly sentenced to jail, he was instead held in his villa in Arcatri, near Florence, and at times in the homes of high-ranking friends, allowing him to work and receive visitors. Yeah. There was myths that he was tortured, but none of that was ever, he was never in any dungeon in prison, but that's what prisons were. They were dungeons back then.
Okay.
Yeah, he was a global.
From memory, when I looked at him 10 years ago, there seemed to be a contradiction where they're suggesting that there's an understanding that the Earth has a heliocentric property to it for thousands of years, but then we've got this guy going on house arrest. Are we talking about the same guy, or am I just mistaking him for some other possibly made-up dude from history?
What was that? He said they knew the Earth was a globe for thousands of years?
No, I'm saying he seems to, in the timeline, contradict the notion that if we've always known for thousands of years that it's a sphere, why would this guy's saying it's a sphere get him in trouble? Do you see what I mean? Unless I'm mistaking him for somebody else. It's been a long time since I won't deny in any way, shape or form that I'm ignorant of this stuff, because it's freaking boring, isn't it? Boring.
Yeah.
So, you know, when we were writing the book the other day, when you were there, we were saying that this is boring. How can we spice this up? How can we get the audience reader to recognise that this is dull? And by the same token, we're describing how there's people out there who will suggest your kids should be taken away if you get this wrong. You know what I mean? So there's this fart-sniffing dweeb community of low-value men, mostly, that are like so enamoured with this crap, boring, dull information that they'll fight you tooth and nail should you put it across slightly incorrectly? Or any aspect of heliocentrism for that matter. But this is, the historical account, so it's like an easy way to make the example of this being the case. You know what I mean?
Yes, indeed.
Anyway. Right, are you going to hang around? Because we're going to do a bit of work for about an hour, and then I'll do the show later. Yeah, sorry. I'll assume it was a yes.
Initially, he had permission to publish on the Copernican theory so long as he treated it as a hypothesis.
Treated it as a hypothesis, or in the colloquial sense, like a little guess, when they hijack this scientific terminology and suggest that it needs to be just a hypothesis. What you mean, like the queen of scientific method, the arbiter of the outcome when it comes to the suppositional logical consistency that offers empiricism, that kind of hypothesis. Anyway, Eleanor, where's she gone? You think it looks good, Clover? Look good?
Yes.
Yeah? I'm very pleased with how it looks.
Microphone.
Yeah, microphones look good. Panels look good. Everything looks good. Very pleased.
Microphone.
Yes, indeedy.
Take a week drive from California to New York.
Say again, Neil.
What's the difference in taking a journey from California to New York?
You've got air rushing over
the extra 4 days.
Got air rushing over it. I don't think it matters that I've left my mic on for a week. It's just one of those things that you'd prefer not to, because it's an expensive mic. So I don't really want my Neumann left on for a week without it actually being used. It's just unnecessary. Just leaving the capsule polarized the whole time. It's a proper true condenser, so it doesn't matter, I suppose. I'm sure there's probably Neumanns out there that are in theatres that are just left permanently on, permanently polarized by an external power supply, and they're just fine. Like I say, I came to it and I'm like, why is this line dancing up and down as I move this mic into position? I'm like, oh, it's been left on. Oh, crap. Well, when did I last use it? About a week ago. Yeah, it's been a solid week of working on the book non-stop. So the last time we spoke, I said, we'll go through it once because we've edited all the chapters now. We're finished, right? I'm sure I made a video about it going, we're finished. It's like a Guinness that's sat on the bar. Well, yeah, it is and it isn't. We've gone through it again, and the intention was to just read through every chapter and there'd be no need to make any edits, and, the odd minor edit here and there. It's fine. That's kind of why you're doing it. But then there was about 4 or 5 chapters that actually needed reasonably heavy work. And I'm like, yeah, these almost feel like they've not been worked on. They had, but it's just they needed even more refinement. So having read through every chapter, when we got to certain chapters that were like, no, this has been worked on, and short of just starting from the beginning of this chapter and working through it again now, in which case this process will take forever, we'll just mark it as one that needs working on again. So that's what we've been doing today. Been working through those chapters, and admittedly, because we've just worked on them literally just this week, in most instances they're now like the other chapters. That is to say, you go through them and you might make 1 or 2 minor changes, change a spelling error here and there or whatever, you know what I mean, and that's about it, which is the kind of point that you can go, no, I'm happy to send that off to the publisher now. But like I say, was 4 or 5 chapters that you were like, no, this feels like it needs more work. I think there's 2 chapters left that are like that. The one that we were just working on with you listening a while back, and a couple of others. But that's about it. It's going to go off to the publisher in the next day or 2, I would imagine. Then I need to start working on a press release. We've already sent off the artwork for the cover to the publisher. Set myself up as an affiliate, or whatever, set myself up to get paid. Don't think I've passed on my bank details yet. But I'll put that in the press release. If you can fill out an email address, then you can be an affiliate and earn 30% from selling my book. People click on your link that you'll get from the publisher. but I can start like making that a more concise statement so people appreciate that if they have me on their show and do put an affiliate link below, they will get 30%. Like I say, making that statement more and more concise, and initially getting it out in a press release, which I did write. Well, I wrote the synopsis for the back. Did you read that by any chance, Neil?
Yeah, I liked it. It was good.
You like the synopsis?
Mm-hmm.
Did I stick it in Master B?
I think you may have, because somebody else commented on it.
Read it. Synopsis. All roads lead to Flat Earth. Nathan Oakley opens the wardrobe door and invites you to venture through to experience his enigmatic journey, discovering the facts and measurements used to create a globe-shaped world akin to Narnia, atop which many of us believe we lived. Witness this exciting journey through the back rooms and rabbit holes of sex, deathbed confessions, betrayal, illegal drug manufacturing, guns and angles, music and madness, myths and monsters, all told with the backdrop of heliocentric ancient history, culminating in one simple fact: the Earth was, is, and always will be measured flat. Good, eh?
Yep. Very good.
So I'll take a chunk of that and make it into the press release. So it might start with, witness this exciting journey through the backrooms and rabbit holes of sex, deathbed confessions, betrayal, illegal drug manufacturing, guns and angles, music and madness, myths and monsters, all told with the backdrop of heliocentric ancient history. Full stop, rather than culminating in one simple fact. I'll leave it at that, and that'll be the main hook in my press release. Yeah, they'll start going out next week. I would imagine middle to end of next week, I'll get a call saying, yeah, it's done. Here's the link. It's ready to go. It's actually on the website now, so I've actually sold a copy or something like that. You know what I mean? That's what I'm expecting will happen once it goes off to the publisher. Kind of out of your hands then, isn't it? Sort of, it's, I don't know, very nervous laughter you can probably hear. It's like,
It seems like a lot of stuff I say gets under the skin of certain people, because they were really like trying to stress the fact that if you debunk a globe, you ipso facto prove it's flat.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree.
Refracted don't either.
Doing something isn't something else doesn't automatically prove it is something. If I prove that kind of round and slender shaped thing with kind of arms that have got flaps on them, I mean, if I disprove that as being a bird, do I automatically prove it's a mammal? No.
Yeah, refracted curvature says, no, you haven't. You have put yourself in a precarious position that if I can debunk it, being a plane ambiguity remains. The globe thrives in ignorance. So who wins the draws?
I don't know. It sounds like anti-globe rhetoric to me. So I've kind of recategorized people depending on what part of the story I'm telling, which is to say that there's certain individuals that get relabeled. They're not flat earthers. They're anti-globers. They don't want to prove it's flat. They want to prove it's not a sphere.
Well, he wanted to go on the show, refracted, that is, because he was pissed off too. It's just the way they did it. It's just freaking nauseous. Makes you nauseous. But he wanted to go in there and say, never heard that certain person ever prove the earth was flat. So, well, he did say the Bolivian saw flats. He goes, okay, so how does that prove that earth is flat? All he's ever heard from him is how it's not a globe. So I said, they probably ain't going to let you on anyway. So it's not even worth it. Just suck it up and wait for the real book to come out.
Yeah, apathy and indifference, man. Who cares? Because most of our compadres, our contemporaries, are anti-globers. Now, we represent a very, very small minority of minorities. And as far as I am concerned, having just written about it, my indifference level is now off the scale. It's like, who cares? None of this matters anymore. The measurements are flat. Every single claim relies on that fact. To argue it's not a sphere means you've got to concede how flat it gets measured to create the sphere and then ignore how flat it was measured to create the sphere to argue about how sphere-shaped it isn't. To me, that seems utterly redundant and stupid at this stage. But that's me. That is the main theme of the book. That's the main information that I'm putting down. Like, every single time there's a suggestion of sphericity, I instinctually now put in how flat it must be for that premise to exist in the first instance. So you get these constant disclaimers like, well, the distance to horizon, distance being a flat Earth prerequisite, you got those sorts of disclaimers riddling their way through the entire book now. Exactly as it should be. I'm very pleased. It's really good.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I thought about this. You're writing a book, right? And this book is not, in your own words, telling other people how great you are. But that's what that book is. I've noticed that they're telling everybody, look how great we are. Look at these wonderful minds we are. And you're saying it's not that freaking difficult. It's very simple. It's just measured that way.
Yeah. Like I say, I'm very excited.
Actually, their arms got to be hurting from patting each other on the back.
Sure. You alright in Discord? Been out on any other servers? What's been happening over the last week? Oh, well, that's good to know. What about you, Neil?
Yeah, I haven't really bounced around. And if I did, it's only for a couple of seconds. I really can't handle what they're talking about, and I leave.
What do you mean you can't handle it?
Nonsense. Oh, when you're looking for 57 feet of something that's supposed to be hidden, oh, I don't know.
57 feet is a height off surface level.
Oh, yes, it is.
A flat Earth prerequisite perpendicular to a plane of reference. Asking for the altitude of anything, regardless of your suggestion that it should be missing based on the derivation of a sphere edge obstructing your view at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, will never change that the altitude of the item in the distance needs a plane to reference its height compared to your height at 1.2 times the square root thereof. So you've got flat Earth prerequisites at the wazoo when you start asking people why there's a physical geometric sphere edge obstructing something to the tune of an altitude measured off a flat Earth. It's freaking ludicrous.
Yeah, so things like that. It's frustrating, you know. I think one deck had some success. He went in one server and he was telling me how he started laying it down. And it was met with total silence, which is good because it's got people thinking. What's up, Adam?
Good morning. What you guys doing?
My wife's gone to a sailing class, so I've been working solidly all week with her on the book, but it's timed such that where she would have been working for her company, she's had a week off because we had a birthday, and today's the only day that actually that period immediately overlaps with the lesson that she's got at 1 o'clock or 1:30 sewing class. If you remember, about a month ago, for whatever reason, I can't remember why, I ended up doing that particular class, so I ended up not doing the show that day. And I took the kids to the sewing class and just did a quick update on their crappy Wi-Fi. Took the entire class, which is an hour and a half, to actually upload the video, saying, I'm just at the Boston Tea Party with my kids at a sewing class. Anyway, so we'll get back into it. It'll be a short one. Once we've got my wife's presents, I'll be cutting you guys off again. And we'll carry on working through the last few chapters.
But come to think of it, that Boston Tea Party, that was a criminal act.
I'm talking about a tea room in Leamington Spa.
Yeah, I know. I'm just thinking about it. That was a criminal act. They took product and dumped it into the ocean.
Okay.
I think that's why they call it the revolution. I had to flat snack this movie fan page. It's a for the movie Hackers. It's called Hack the Planet, the page, and like you see this. I see it a lot on Facebook right now after Artemis and whatnot. Like these movie pages, these pages that have nothing to do with flat Earth, all of a sudden coming up being like, do you guys believe in the moon landing? Why don't you believe in the moon landing? And I bet on one. I bet on that one, and it's been good, to be honest. He tried, obviously I'm going to tell him level's flat because, and he hit me automatically with the gravity, perpendicular to gravity. I said, that's fine. I figure you mean gravity mean up and down. That's still at horizontal. You're always at flat, man. You're never going to get off it.
Talking my language. What's perpendicular mean? At 90 degrees to? Yeah, you're going to need a flat earth for that. No, perpendicular to a sphere. No, that's an oxymoron. You're not perpendicular to a sphere. It's ludicrous. Do you not understand the terminology that you're using? At 90 degrees to the plane of reference. Perpendicular. An orientation in the vertical. A downward vector. Yeah, that's a flat earth prerequisite as well. Meanwhile, gravity hasn't been a force.
You haven't got perpendicular to a point yet?
No, you're not perpendicular to a point.
They say you can.
That's a defiance of the terminology when it comes to what it actually means. Like, these things are given descriptions not for the sake of linguistic excellence, but the sake of practical application. At 90 degrees to. Now, you can say, you can be that to a point. Those are the people that just need dismissing. Okay? I'm not going to ask you if you are going to put this into practical application. You're a snot-nosed little dweeb that's trying to defend your globe faith. And when it fails, you reach for the magic wand of gravity and then defy axiomatic principles to try and make that happen. Oh, we're perpendicular to the centre of Earth. No. Do you not understand what perpendicular means? What's that? We've got a force of gravity. No, it hasn't been a force for 111 years.
Might be 112 by now.
It's 111, 15, yeah, 1915. In 2026, 111 years out of date. It's force of gravity. What? Well, when you describe a downward vector, ipso facto, mathematically, Newtonian gravity is perpendicular to a plane. That's what it is. It's a downward orientation. What's it doing? It's hijacking a convention that already exists that was described by Archimedes. That's all it's doing. What's gravity? Weight. That's it. Specific gravity. That's what it is. All right, so you need a force that's holding things to a ball perpendicular to not a plane, but a centre of a... No. This is all violating axiomatic principles that have useful and practical applications when it comes to Earth's surface. So you can bullshit yourself that these violations of axioms function when you describe perpendicularity. That means at 90 degrees to a plane. That's what it means. Now, when you're talking about the hijacking of weight, in the case of Newton, actually Cavendish... Yeah, it's right there in the story of Cavendish. He's got this parlour trick, and then he weighs balls. That's what he does. Weigh them. It's just that simple. He over elaborately extrapolates out from a convention that was already in existence. Weight. He weighs them. That's it. That's what you got. Okay. Does everything have weight? Yeah. Gravity. Everything's moving to the centre of the... No, we've already covered that. That's not perpendicular. Right, you've still just got your down vector, but does everything display a down vector? What about if I release gases from my person? If I pass gas? Is that going down? No, you stupid fart sniffer. And that's how I'm going to start talking to these people if they persist in their bullshit that's just there to affirm their own belief. It's sad. Like, you think this magic wand of 111-year-out-of-date wand-waving gravity force is going to save you? No. Your pseudo-Riemannian geometry that it currently is from Einstein requires a plane of reference, and your downward perpendicular vector requires a plane of reference. You're measuring planes of reference. Now piss off.
Well said.
This morning I woke up to another message from not another message, another post or whatever from a person on that comment board or whatever, trying to tell me that I'm an idiot, trying to tell me that my language, I forgot how he phrased it, but basically that I'm not speaking the right words or I'm not speaking well enough for him in text. And I speak pretty freaking well in text. Anyway, I'm kind of just ignoring it, and I'm like, I see that you're trying to prove gravity. You're more than welcome to come. We used to ask every day before we realized that we're skipping past every measurement ever made. I told him, maybe I see you're trying to insult me. You could you could do that, and maybe that'll bend horizontal. Maybe that'll make gas pressure not require containment. But maybe, these people are.
Before you go on to these people, right? Before you stereotype them or cast aspersions, there's always been the same ground rules that when someone uses an ad hominem, it's because they've lost. The problem was, for the last 10 years, we didn't know, in sincerity, that we'd won. So there felt like there was a requirement to continue the debate, because it was perceived to be one, a debate, that is. Now, you're just engaging with people, talking about what you know, how Earth's measured flat. And then suddenly they start telling you about perpendicular to a centre of a... Whoa. That's a contradiction in terms. Let's just lay that out for you. You don't understand the language. At that point, right, they've lost. They're telling you don't understand or you can't communicate. Disengage from them. Okay, you've lost. Get lost. You are perfectly within your rights to just move on from those people from this point forward. Now, like I say, because of our own ignorance over the last 10 years, we felt that we were in a position where we needed to debunk their globe, and therefore a comprehensive understanding of their globe was required, and making somebody who challenged us on that lack of comprehension in their view of their globe was needed to be justified by us. Therefore, when we were ad hommed, we were feeling like there was a necessity to continue. Now, the rule just applies, and you should feel not justified, but for your own self-serving interests, walk away. Okay, you want to tell me I don't understand how to use the language, I'm not comprehending I know what I'm comprehending, right? I know what fucking perpendicular means. Now, I can do two things here, lose my temper and break your nose, or walk away from you. Because at that point, you're just like, you've decided that you want to insult me. Now, we could just escalate this by a factor of 100 and it ends up on you on the floor bleeding. But I'd rather just walk away. It's like, no, I understand my position perfectly well, thank you very much. But the fact that you feel the need to now tell me I don't is good cause to just disengage from you. I am no longer interested in having this discussion with you. Yeah? Because you have taken it from me educating your dumb ass on how perpendicular won't violate its own axiom because you say centre of a ball with a downward vector that's 111 years out of date, and then tell me that I can't speak properly. So piss off. I don't want to talk to you no more, should be the attitude. I have no interest in talking to you. You're only serving your own interests, and your cognitive pain is now being projected upon me. Now, I can turn that into two things. One, my back that you see, or two, literal pain. So break your teeth. Because the only way you can convey that is by insulting me. Now, from this point forward, you'll get a metaphorical slap and my back. That is to say, you'll get the verbal slap down before I turn my back and walk away. Yeah? That'll be a tirade of verbal abuse about what a low-value, dweeb, fart-sniffing moron you are. That's what people will get from me moving forward. Then I will disengage from the conversation and say, no, I understand what the word fucking perpendicular means, retard. Now shut your dumb fuck mouth. I am done with this conversation. How dare you even insinuate that I don't understand the words coming out of my own face? I do. You shit-for-brains retard globe-believing spastic think you can violate what perpendicular means. Now fuck off and go and believe your stupid shite with someone else who gives a fuck. It isn't me. You're irritating to me, and if you're in person, I would make you bleed for insulting me. How fucking dare you? But that's what you've got to put up with. Alternatively, just disengage. Now, why would I want to have my blood pressure risen by you? You're nobody. Whether or not you understand what perpendicular means is utterly inconsequential. You're not doing anything with it. And if you were, you'd adhere to the principle it axiomatically is useful for. That's like Neil laying floors. When you're doing something practical, Earth's flat. Now, when you're verbally dueling with some other person you say is stupid, you feel it's necessary to violate axioms because verbally you can. But you know it's painful to do so, so you immediately project that pain onto the person that's laying down the axiom for the flat Earth it requires for you to tell them that they're stupid. Like I say, I can concisely summarise this now, having had a little bit of break from the show. No, what's actually happening is you've just insulted me, therefore I feel justified in stamping your teeth out. Next time, don't insult me. Engage in pleasant conversations. You want to be socially awkward and project your pain with an insult. Expect real pain in return. That's what you can expect. Oh, right, you were shocked after insulting somebody that they punched you in the face. Oh, well, that's a lesson learned, isn't it, you snot-nosed little twat?
Oh, the problem with that, Nathan, is disengaging only brings out the worst in them. They come after you even harder, and they come more with more numbers. So it's like you're in a no-win situation where you're trying not to deal with these people anymore because the best thing to do is step away, but then they want your attention even more. They come in with sock accounts just to come in your chat and just to say how we're so uneducated. It's a miracle that we're still alive. Stupid stuff like that. So what are you going to do?
You disengage. Your disengagement from them has no bearing on how much attention they then shower upon you. Just disengage, Neil. You are perfectly capable, because it is only incumbent upon you when you disengage from something else. It's like a celebrity example would be the difference between somebody who just walks down the street like nothing's happening when there's a load of paparazzi around them, and Bjork punching the paparazzi. That's the difference, right? One is disengagement. One is, might as well just pretend like this isn't even happening, right? And what do you mean? What happens? There's more photographers that turn up the next day. Yeah, that's right. Yeah? Now, the other one is to, well, you have hounded me for the last 5 days of travel, so I'm going to cause you literal pain. That's what Bjork did, right? Well, that's them achieving their own ends. They want to get a reaction out of you. That clip's never gone away, has it? Right? So disengagement is entirely down to you. Now, does that mean that your opponent might escalate? You might get more paparazzi by equivalence? Yeah, you might. But that doesn't change how much engagement you offer. You don't want to talk to the paparazzi, just don't talk to them. Now, people might say, well, that's easier said than done, when they're literally flashing a high-intensity light in your eye. That's something that's literally painful. And you're telling me that I just need to ignore it? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, or you can do what Bjork did, like I say, and just turn around and punch them. Like, no, you've harassed me. You know.
But that's why they come, because you were actually shining a high, intense light in their eyes.
Also, hi, Nathan, guys, you all right? Yeah, it's a good, even, you all know this more than me, Neil. Even Jesus sort of recommended that you walk away and set boundaries, because it says here, I think it's from Matthew 18, I think, Neil. Jesus did not allow toxic behavior to go unchecked and was willing to move away from people who were unrepentant or dangerous. He advised walking away from those who refuse correction. So that's what you need to do.
Yeah, we've all done that, and they've come at us harder. So it is what it is, and that's what it's going to be. Because the bottom line is, they're in pain. They're unwilling to accept the nature of reality. So what do? Let's make them look stupid. Because that's how we're set up, right? First time, in ancient days, people thought the earth was flat. And a teacher shows you a picture of a boat sailing and going off the edge of a flat earth, and the whole class laughed. Oh.
It's like I said yesterday when I said to you, Neil, that I was having a conversation with a guy talking about Eratosthenes and measuring, and his last response was, all angles are curved. Now, at that point, I thought, I'm not going to carry on this conversation anymore. It's pointless. I've got a guy telling me all angles are curved. I mean, it's over.
I can't find one angle curved. I was looking all over my house. I got pictures all over. They all have angles, and none of them are curved. But I wanted to ask you, didn't you say that you went in the server the other day and you started dropping down how Earth is measured flat and you had their attention?
Yeah, I did a little bit. Yeah, I was getting quite calmly, and I was just listening to, I can't remember the exact conversation now, but I was in there and I just jumped in with actual measurements, sea level, 0 degree baseline, elevation angles. That's just how it's measured. And people were just, they did go very silent and just let me waffle on for a bit. Listening, it's like they was really sort of taking notice of what I was saying and what we say on this show, on Nathan's show.
I'm pretty sure I remember hearing angels singing at the same time. They were like, ah.
Yeah, it was. It was because you usually get shot down, don't you? And people interrupting and going on.
Yep.
But yeah, they did take on it. They were starting to listen to what we were saying. Bit of a breakthrough.
Well, they're still arguing about refraction.
Yeah.
Oh, we were covering that in one of the chapters last night. Talking about, little did the ballers know that if they bend the line of tangency, they've broken their own geometry. Basically, you can't have a tangent bend. You can't have a radius bend. These things are axiomatically required in their model to be straight lines. Like the distance to the geometric physical sphere edge horizon is claimed to be a tangent point. That's a point of tangent, so that's a straight line meeting the curve. What's that? Bent. What is it, 5 years ago? Black Swan? What are you idiots doing for 5 years? It's 6 years now. It's not even 5, 6 years. Do you not get it? You can't bend a tangent. You idiots. You dumb. Meanwhile, the distance to the geometric horizon that you want to bend is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height of a flat Earth. The distance that you'll be comparing, if you're going to look at long-distance photography, will be acquired from a map with a horizontal linear scale on it. So you've got distance, that's length in miles or kilometres, that's a flat Earth prerequisite, and a height off sea level, what your perpendicular altitude from a plane of reference. Yeah, you need to measure Earth flat for this shit to assert that you've got a tangent point horizon that's blocking your view. How much is it blocking it by? Well, this many feet. What, a height of measurement off surface level in the distance on a parallel plane? You need to measure Earth flat for all of this shit that you now want to bend Like, no. To bend it, you've whistled so far past the graveyard of the flat Earth measurements that are needed to infer this shit that you've not realised how flat distance is, not realised how flat height is and elevation is. You're just idiots. Like, it's been 6 years. We've moved so far past bending tangents. You're like, what? Really?
Yeah, but even as a flat earther, Nathan, like talking about that, the black swan, you end up talking like a physical horizon. You get into you've gone straight into the heliocentric world, talking about where the physical horizon, which isn't physical, is or isn't, and then you'll get into discussions with about refraction, atmospheric refraction, whatever that is. So you've just said, you've skipped past the initial point of the measurement to the rigs, which is and the direction, which is, I'll just make it up, a southerly direction to the rigs would be a horizontal direction. There'll be a linear distance to it in kilometers or miles. Yeah. And then there'll be a height of it, like you've just said, from sea level. That's all you need to talk about. Otherwise, you end up in the heliocentric nonsense.
I don't mind being there. I mean, 7/6 of a radius value requires they derive a radius value. That was the chapter we were editing. Neil was a privilege to hear a little bit of that just before we started recording. But yeah, 7/6 of the radius. The radius is a flat Earth prerequisite derivation also. Where'd you get R? By measuring Earth flat. Back engineering Polaris angle measurements of a flat Earth. Al-Biruni's measurement of a flat Earth for heights of mountains. It's like, 7/6 of a flat Earth prerequisite. No worries.
Yeah, whichever way you look, it's there, isn't it? You can't get away from the flat Earth measurement. There's no way out of it.
What was the conversation you were having one deck with the map reading guy? That was interesting. Why don't you tell us a little about that?
Yeah, well, I posted it. I just I seen what Nathan posted about the YouTube palaver. So I just went on to one of his videos where he's talking about getting your bearing and using a compass, and he was talking about north, south, east, and west. So I was going to decline this call again. Yeah, I just pointed out in a small comment that a southerly direction is horizontal, and then I can't see the.
You want me to read what he said?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
No, that's not correct. When you point your compass south, the magnetic needle angles along the local magnetic field line of the Earth. These, very generally, come out of the south and return back in at the north. So a south direction is curved from everywhere but the magnetic south and north magnetic poles.
But he never used a compass. He's a map channel. Leveled.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. It's funny though, because like I said, I replied. We replied, didn't we? We got some information offline just to point out that it is a cardinal horizontal direction. Yeah. And it's used for navigating the surface of Earth and mapping. And I replied to that. I didn't get a reply, and then I just had a look before, and he deleted that from the chat in the YouTube.
Oh,
so
I see. I saw that
put
message.
It on again.
So you're saying, I saw your exchange, and I thought that's reasonably amicable. He's wrong, but you've corrected him. So you're saying he asserts that a flat level tool giving you a flat horizontal direction is bent because he begs the question that field lines are bent with respect to a sphere Earth. You corrected him, pointed out, no, these are cardinal directions. And then he deleted the thread. This is Wayne from the map making channel, correct?
Correct.
Oh, Wayne, we seem so amicable. No, these directions are flat. I thought you used maps. You level the compass and use it with respect to the level flat scale on the flat map for the flat horizontal direction. You know, you've got millimetre precision from sea level, remember? When you were surveying it, we covered you. You think they're not flat? What, because of unaffirming the consequent fallacy about spherical Earth having spherical magnetic field lines. You level the tool. It's two-dimensional. It is that simple, Wayne. We'll trim it out. We'll make the world aware that Wayne needs to delete things. Maybe it'll get escalated to how much he needs to delete. We'll see. He seems pretty amicable to me. I've been in touch with him via email over the last couple of days.
Well, it hurts because what one deck said was, yes, south represents a horizontal direction in geographical, navigational, and mapping context. Cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west, are cardinal points on a compass which defines a 360-degree 2D, a horizontal plane.
Yes.
Horizontal mapping on maps, the north, south, meridional, and east-west zonal lines are treated as horizontal axes. See, that hurts him, Nathan.
Yeah,
because
I got that. That's the bit that he's deleted. So what he did was assert that he got magnetic field lines that were bending. That was his rebuttal, and the response is what you've just read out. Now that thread's gone. So basically, Wayne doesn't like being wrong. Because he said, no, they curve. What with this level tool?
Correct.
It's two-dimensional. No, Wayne, you're just wrong. So you've deleted the thread. One deck was correcting. You should be thanking him, not deleting threads that you were wrong about. No. You're talking about conventions. They're flat. It's just a fact. Don't need to delete one deck's correction when you said they're bending, because field line bends. That's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy that you're trying to apply. You got corrected, though, Wayne. Don't delete his thread. Now, what we'll do, because he's taken screenshots, is we'll make sure they go up and we can all see them. But that's not what Wayne wants. I think Wayne wants to hide away from when he's wrong. That's the reality, isn't it?
Yep.
When you say they bend, wrong, Wayne. Just wrong.
It's very telling, isn't it? But not only that, Nathan, that was the second. I mean, I noticed it was deleted today, and I put what Neil's just read out on again. It was a slightly different reply, but with the same truth there. And that was automatically deleted within 3 minutes. So I don't know if he's got me on a delete thread or something, but I can't post anything now. It's just deleted. He doesn't want to hear the truth, obviously.
Maybe he banned you for proving him wrong. So when you're talking about something that's applied to Cartesian grids, horizontal directionality, north, south, east, west, cardinal directions, two-dimensionality in general, he says no, you correct him on his own subject. Now, those comment threads have gone. Yeah, that's scummy, isn't it? It's like censoring the truth because you were wrong about it, because you need to affirm the consequent of a spherical Earth. No, you're using these tools. They are horizontal. It is two-dimensional. You don't have to like it. Oh, but you can delete the thread? What, so people on your own channel don't realise how wrong you are? Oh, I see. Oh, no, that won't change how directionality functions, though. It's still flat. Earth is measured flat with a compass on a flat map with a flat scale. That's how it works. How flat it is, we can get to the millimetre, according to Wayne, when we measure Earth. Maybe he will delete everything. Maybe the world will get deleted in entirety so that he doesn't have to face the embarrassment of how flat he deals with Earth.
It's true that, Nathan. He doesn't want anybody else to see that truthful statement I've presented, because it might start to cause him a few problems. Well, in his mind it will. It doesn't cause a problem because that's the truth. It's measured flat, mapping's flat, navigation is used horizontal and flat. I mean, why can't people just understand that? It sounded like a poem, that, didn't it?
He does. It's just in contradiction with his Sphere Earth religion that he holds. So therefore, the contradiction that his Sphere Earth religion has to offer when it comes to horizontality, two-dimensionality, straight and flat directions, north, south, east and west in this particular instance, measured with a tool that needs levelling, it's incongruent with his belief. That's the problem. No, it's not that serious. Like, people just measure Earth flat. You are one of them. Doesn't make much difference. It's only when someone comes along and goes, well, that's inconsistent with your ball faith. That's when it becomes a problem. No, it's not a problem. It's just inconsistent with your ball faith, but that's all you've got, a ball faith. This measurement process and how inconsistent it is with your faith doesn't change how Earth gets measured, does it? The inconsistency, you can rub it out and delete comments, but that's not going to change how flat it is.
That's right, that, Nathan, yeah. The truth, I can't remember what I was going to say, but it's his belief, yeah? the truth is still the truth. Yeah, that's what you're saying. You can't get away from the measurements. It's his belief system which is getting wounded, and he can't cope with that for some reason.
Yeah, like the guy Adam was describing earlier. It doesn't matter if it's somebody who's actually measuring Earth flat. Their cognitive pain is no different to average Joe, who thinks he's got to get around with the use of a flat Earth measurement in the first instance in terms of perpendicularity, because they can verbally redefine perpendicularity, as painful as that is mentally. Like, you're engaged in contradictions in terms to defend cognitive dissonance, something that doesn't comport with the reality that you're actually faced with, that's being calmly explained by another man that you've decided to call stupid as a result of your own pain. Like, these people are just not worth your time. It doesn't matter. It's not like Wayne is going to stop measuring Earth flat, is he? That's what he does. He measures Earth flat. So, you know, with us pointing out, well, that means you haven't got a ball, don't do that. That would be my attitude. Don't have to point out to Wayne that his religion of a ball is completely incorrect. We say Earth is measured flat. Here's a man measuring it flat. That's Wayne. What's that? Wayne says this flat tool and flat directions and two-dimensionality isn't. Well, he's stupid then. I can't help if people are stupid because they want to violate axiomatic principles that are used in their own day-to-day job. That's not my problem. I don't care. You know, the compass is still flat, though, isn't it? Directions are still two-dimensional. Point north. Is that bending? No. Don't be so stupid. Now, me having to say to that person, don't be so stupid, why would I have to engage with them anymore? Just walk away. He'll still measure Earth flat if I don't interfere with what he does. Now, the fact that the pain of contradiction suddenly upon him, well, that's not my fault. I don't care. You are the one holding a sphere belief that's in contradiction to how you measure Earth. And you're the one who wants to contradict the person pointing out how Earth's measured flat with a suggestion of a violation of an axiom in the case of Adam's guy that he's dealing with. But ultimately, none of the conversations, verbal that they are, affect the measurements of Earth's flat surface. It's planar. That's how it's used. And if you go, oh, there's hills and mountains, yeah, there are. Deviating from the horizontal of an average we've measured with the sea level. That's how it's all measured. So you're not going to get away from it. We're being told by people like this Wayne guy how millimetre accurate it is with respect to that plane of reference. Now, what are we supposed to do? Ignore how flat that requires axiomatically the description he's giving when he describes how accurately Earth's been measured is? No! It is measured that way. He told us. Now, either he's a fucking liar and he didn't measure Earth flat with millimetre accuracy, or both sphere belief that violates axioms and flat Earth are true simultaneously. No, he's just a liar. Who's he lying to? Himself. Why? Well, because his measurements are flat and his belief is spherical. I don't have to be around people who lie to themselves, do I? But go away and lie to yourself. Piss off. I don't give a shit. If I come back to you in 6 years from now, your videos will still show you measuring Earth flat. Because it is. Don't matter what you say. Do you think what you say is yell at your tape measure then, shit for brains? Why are you telling me? Do you think your verbalisation of your deluded idiocy when it comes to your faith in Earth violating the very measurements you're making has anything to do with me? Shout at your tape measure. Yell at your set square. Tell me that perpendicular doesn't mean it. It's not going to change what it is. Our conversation about it is utterly inconsequential. So yeah, just detach from these people. Okay, right, you want to believe that perpendicular moves to the centre. Okay, have it. I don't give a shit. Good job you're not building bridges.
Saying this
they could never demonstrate that. Sorry, go ahead, one day.
Sorry, Nick. I was just saying, like, you had a point there because I mentioned something similar today. I think when I didn't respond to the other guy who told me that all angles are curved, I said to Neil, one of the guys, I said, I think once they've said that, that's their justification for, an angle is curved. So once they've said it, something must happen in the brain to say, well, I've said that now, so I've got that point across. I've still got the globe. And this is what they do. They just say things to convince themselves. And it doesn't matter how ridiculous it is, how it goes against axiomatic principles. As long as they've said it, it works for them.
Then let them have it. That's my point. Who are they? There's a perception that it's personal to you, and it isn't. Who are they really lying to? You know, when someone says a flat tool measuring cardinal directionality in 2 dimensions after being levelled is because of the curved magnetic field lines, because Earth's curved. You're like, that is a complete defiance of what this tool is and what it does. But have it. Okay, fine. You can have it. Why do I care? And the answer is I don't. That's the reality, isn't it? I don't care. Have your ball. You want to believe that perpendicular moves to the centre of a sphere you've assumed? Have it. You want to assume that a 2-directional cardinal direction is because Earth's actually curving? Have it. You can be that person. But you're not lying to me. I'm not going to take it personally. I'm just going to walk away from you. Because I don't want to be around the delusional who lie to themselves. Cognitive dissonance is, in essence, when highlighted, you lying to yourself when you start bending 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex. Oh, angles are bent. No, they're not. Like what's on screen now isn't 2 lines that are bent meeting at a vertex. It wouldn't be a vertex. Look at what vertex means. Look at what angle means. And recognise the straightness of the lines that run along the surface level to measure these principles used to make maps and navigate with. They're all flat. Now, I don't give a shit if you start telling me, no, this line along the ground marked A isn't actually straight. Now, I can still call it an angle because I need it to be one. My map's made with it. My ball faith's based on it. So it can still be an angle, but it means that once we've got it, I can ignore it and then bend the fucking ground. Like, do it then. It's a good job you didn't make these maps because they wouldn't work. It's a good job you never measured the angles to the stars because you're a dipshit who thinks that one of the lines in a principle of 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex bent. You know, you are a dipshit and not worthy of our time. That's the reality. Wayne, you're not worthy of our time. You know, go and suffer your own mental breakdown while you start telling people how bent compasses are because of magnetic field lines. If that's your justification, if that's how you square that circle, for you, have it on me. Meaning I don't care how incongruent with reality you tell yourself these principles and axioms are. They won't change. Your words won't change anything. The dude telling you that angle's bent, he's not going to change anything with those words. Now, he might convince another man who probably isn't measuring or doing anything consequential with these axioms that he's right about a defiance of those axioms. But when it comes to any of those people involved in the verbalization of these violations actually practically applying them to an Earth surface, it will be flat. I know this for sure and without a doubt. There is no exception to it, so it becomes inconsequential what next man does when he lies to himself when faced with these principles of measuring Earth's surface as a flat plane. We do. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. It doesn't matter if you say it means that the axiom doesn't apply. It doesn't matter if you violate the axiom. It will still get measured flat. We do use elevation angles. We do have sea level and surface level and parallel eye level. Perpendicular does mean at 90 degrees to the surface of Earth's planar surface when measured. Altitudes are perpendicular to said plane called sea level averaged flat Earth measurement that it is. None of these things change no matter how eloquently I verbalise them or how much you red-faced deny them. Doesn't matter. We do and will and can only measure Earth flat. That's how it's measured. Talking about it won't change it. Denying it won't change it. Claiming that with some ham-handed shite about bent field lines, a 2-dimensional principle of directionality somehow isn't 2-dimensional with reference to the flat plane and the flat scales and the flat maps. It is. Now, I am sick of the people who stand in defiance of me as an individual, like I'm the arbiter of it. Who cares? You're not doing any of these things, and if you are, you'll do them flat. Facts.
I mean, there was one guy, I think he was called Dave Twangle McKeegan. He was demonstrating the sea level and the 0 degree baseline for all elevation profiles. And he was just explaining that it's just easier to do it. It's curved, but it's just easier to show it horizontal, Nathan. I mean, these are the things you've got to take into account, mate.
Not easier. It is done horizontal. Earth is measured flat. Saying, well, that's just easier. Yeah, it is. It's easier to measure Earth flat, and we do.
How are you?
Hey. Hello, everybody.
Hello. It's been a solid week of working absolutely non-stop, flat-out editing chapters of Measured Flat, my book, which will be out hopefully in the next week or so. It'll be passed off to the publisher in the next 2 to 3 days, I would hope. So other than today, my wife's been off for a week, and mainly because we've got a birthday in the family, but other than that, it's been to work non-stop on All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth, subtitle to my book, which will be coming out, as I say, in a couple of weeks' time, called Measured Flat by Nathan Oakley. And that particular book is done and has been done for about a week or two now. We've just been going through it with a fine-tooth comb, making minor adjustments to all of the different chapters, and there was about less than half a dozen, let's just say, chapters that seemed like they'd had a bit more work than perhaps they should have done on a read-through. So those chapters were set aside to have another go-over, let's just call it, and that's what we've been doing today. So going over 2 of 5, I think it is, chapters that just need a little bit of extra work, and or have had a little bit of extra work, I should say. Like, we're checking them now, having done that little bit of extra work, making sure that everything's spell-checked, artwork's gone off to the publisher for the cover, that is. Pictures are all done in the right order. I can't think there's a great deal more to do other than, like I say, going through those last couple of chapters. I have suggested, much to my wife's disdain, that we read through it all again. We may or may not do that. I might just send it off to the publisher and rely on us having done a good job on the 9 drafts that it's had so far and hope that, any minor spelling errors will just have to be adjusted on the fly. But yeah, that's what I've been doing for the last week, if you're wondering why there's been no live streams. Also, I've been fitting new acoustic treatment, which is all done now, so you can see it behind me. You saw it in the intro already. I've got all of the panels. This entire room is now completely acoustically treated on every single surface. If you want to include carpet as acoustic treatment, which I don't, all of the other walls and ceiling are now completely covered with back-to-back panels with no gaps between them. So it's a fully treated space acoustically now, this room. And ironically, the one bit that's important visually right behind me was the last bit that got done, because it was the first bit initially done when I started the treatment about 5 years ago, or however many years ago I started buying these acoustic panels. Anyway, the last to be done was these, so they now look absolutely ace. I'm really delighted with how it looks, and hopefully starts a new era of flat earth debate broadcasting, as the book is literally a couple of days away. That's when the panels have arrived, so I can go out and do interviews or whatever with a slightly nicer looking backdrop. So it looks freaking ace. I am so chuffed. You all agree?
So is it safe to say that I will be able to purchase a book within the next 2 weeks?
Within a fortnight? Oh yeah, definitely. I'd imagine so.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Okay, and pending something catastrophic happening, like some massive delay is caused, but I doubt it. I can't see any reason why. By, let's say, Monday, Tuesday of next week, I can't send the book off to the publisher. And at that point, it's kind of out of my hands. Like, yes, I can make minor corrections on the fly, but realistically, that's when it's kind of off your desk. You're like, there you go, I'm happy with it. It can be published. And then it's down to the publisher to just get it onto his website and provide me with a link that I can stick under the video. And then I'll start selling digital copies, should be almost immediately. And from what he explained to me initially, I mean, it is several years ago now, the affiliate program that he was developing at the time, this is again many years ago, had been tested. I remember him testing it and saying, look, I've got one of my authors using the affiliate program already and it works. It's been tested. Like, someone bought a link via the affiliate link and it immediately paid the affiliate. So the system works. It's all tested and done. So don't worry about anything in that regard. So when I come and actually put it out, I'll put it out in a press release, but I'll be saying to people who potentially want to interview me about Measured Flat, All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth, that the press release will indicate that if you can enter an email address on the website that the book will go live on, you can become an affiliate. You know, it is dead easy. You know, the publisher takes any affiliates through the process, and it is a very simple process to do it. You give your bank details, sign up with an email address, and then he'll give you a link that you put under a video that I'm presumably going to be talking to you on. And then if somebody clicks on the link, you get 30% because they've bought the book. In other words, you get the same as I do. So that's the affiliate program. I've got to think of a way of getting that into the most concise terminology as I possibly can, so that when it comes up on future videos moving forward, I can rattle it off like it's part of the intro. You know, if you can enter an email address, you can become an affiliate and earn 30% of the sale of the book, something like that. Hopefully it'll get even more concise over time, so that people who are potentially thinking about having me on to talk about the book can get connected with an affiliate link, so that they can flog it when they're talking to me on a show that they're publicising anyway. And if they know that it's like 10 seconds work, they'll be more inclined to go, oh, right, so I'll get 30% of the book. Like, yeah, it's dead easy. Just fill out your email address on this website, and then I'll send them a link to the website. Anyway, that's it.
Nathan, you got to sell it better. You got to say, you want to make money off my book? Here's how you do it. Bam! Then go into your affiliate program, and you'll have it.
Do you want to make money off my book? You can with an affiliate link.
There you go. Exactly.
Yeah, I'll bosh it out. My enthusiasm level for the press release will increase when it's ready. Like, I'm talking in very hushed tones about it because it doesn't exist. Like, my enthusiasm level for something that I've physically got to sell will increase tenfold when it's an actual product. So I've got the previous mock-up. So once we finished the 9th draft, I just printed it off. So I've got a physical thing to hold, right? Well, in terms of having a book and actually having a product to sell, those two things are different. Well, once I've got a physical product, initially it won't even be a physical product. It'll be digital only initially, right? Via my publicist's website. That's a lot of S's. And he will have the key to your availability in terms of reading the book. But that will come with the things that I've just described, like affiliate links. So from that perspective, it's like my enthusiasm for telling somebody that they can get the affiliate link and join the program will increase when I've got an actual product to attach to an affiliate link, and that's still a couple of days off. So as much as I'm excited and I've got a wry smile about the fact that it's literally days away, it's not a literal product yet. But you'll see my enthusiasm level increased by 1,000% once it's actually a physical product. At the moment, it's still in the process of having minor adjustments made, minor corrections made. And yeah, there's a few things that I talked about on the last update that have now been done, like the cover. That might need a little bit of tweaking. I haven't heard back anything negative from the publicist, so I'm assuming he's managed to work with the information I've given him thus far that Len helped me develop. So thanks, Len, if you're listening. So yeah, there's not a great deal else to do, but there is still little bits and bobs. It's at that point by the Guinness analogy where it's been sat on the bar. Now the guy's just very slowly pouring the last drops in, and you're like looking at him go, come on, just hand it over. That's where it's at. But it will be. You'll be supping on it soon, I absolutely promise you. Just a couple more drops in that pint glass. That's all it needs. It is ace, though. I'm super proud of it.
Because you've had 9 drafts, that means you could have 9 pints of draft Guinness.
9 types of draft. Boom, boom.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Can't wait for the book to come out. It's going to be great. It's been a long process, but I'm sure it's going to be fantastic. Well, it is fantastic. Can't wait to get all of it myself and have a read through.
It's been a long, interesting process too.
I got a synopsis which will form part of the press release, and I did actually read this out on the pre-show. Should I read it out again?
Yeah, it's ace, absolutely.
Yep.
Okay, so this, like I say, this in full will go on the back of the book. So on the back cover, where on my back cover it just says synopsis, as in it wasn't written. Anyway, synopsis, all roads lead to flat Earth. Nathan Oakley opens the wardrobe door and invites you to venture through to experience his enigmatic journey discovering the facts and measurements used to create a globe-shaped world akin to Narnia, atop which many of us believe we lived. Witness this exciting journey through the back rooms and rabbit holes of sex, deathbed confessions, betrayal, illegal drug manufacturing, guns and angles, music and madness, myths and monsters, all told with the backdrop of heliocentric ancient history, culminating in one simple fact: the Earth was, is, and always will be measured flat. Okay.
Yeah, that last part there.
Awesome.
That last part there,
Absolutely.
nobody has.
We give it a clap.
So yeah, if you get a press release from me, you're like, that sounds familiar. It'll probably just be the little bit like from the middle. Witness this exciting journey through the back rooms of rabbit holes, of sex, deathbed confessions, betrayal, illegal drug manufacturing, guns and angles, music and madness, myths and monsters. Full stop.
See, that's all great. But when you finalize it with measured flat, this is something that other books do not have.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to read it just for that. Forget the measurements. I just want to read the gossip.
I've had a little bit.
Good. Oh, hey, Len. I was just praising you a second ago.
Yeah, I heard. Thank you. You're welcome as well. I've had a little bit mess around with a little bit of AI promo for the upcoming release. I know I pissed around with loads of stuff a very long time ago, but I'll send you some stuff later on tonight. I'm quite happy with
wicked.
some of it.
Very exciting. Thank you very much. Let's all go in the Oakley household currently. And it might be the same next week. Depends on what we get done. Also, our cars hit the crapper. It's like a 25-year-old shitbox, and it's having all sorts of problems. So yesterday or the day before, we noticed there was a pipe hanging down, which turned out to be a handbrake-related cable or something of that affair. And they zip-tied it back onto the chassis, and then there was a load of grinding noises when I drove it around today. So that's got to go back in on Monday, along with various other hospital appointments that my wife's got and other various different things with the kids that we'll have to work around our crap box. But for that reason, there's a fair chance, given that we are still working on the book, that there'll be the same sort of arrangement as this week, next week when it comes to shows. They will be sporadic, unfortunately. So, yeah, I know that there's people out there. Shout out to Tamara, also, who sent me a PayPal and was like, I realise that you still need to pay for things when you're not doing live shows, and encouraging people to give you money, which is ultimately what it's all about, right? As much as I'm enthusiastic about the book and the material, I do just want to flog it, right? I want to turn it into money so I can pay the mortgage with it. And I think Tamara appreciated that. So she sent me a message with money and was like, thank you very much for all you do. We're still in appreciation of your hard work, even though you're not running live shows this week. So I did appreciate that message. Thank you very much indeed, Tamara. I obviously passed it straight on to my wife, who is still working on the book, which has been the case for about 6 months now. So from that perspective, I've also run out of money. I'm hitting overdrafts at the moment, as much as it's amusing, because it'll hopefully resolve itself once I put a book on sale and go out and start promoting it, and that generates another revenue stream for me. So, you know, I am grateful for those of you out there who have been supporting myself and this family in general, because I send all my PayPals currently to my wife to cover her time so that she can actually afford to step away from doing overtime. She works for an electricity company. She does administration, but she typically would pick up lots of overtime, and where that would have been the case, she's been doing editing work for me, and I'm very grateful to her for it. But it means that I've been funneling money to her to keep her incentivized, nothing like cash to keep people motivated. And in this case with my wife, it has certainly done so. So we've been working on it right up until today, and may do so through next week. So my last update, which was, I don't know, 5 days ago, I said this should take no more than a week or two and then it'll be published. Well, that estimate still stands. You know, we said it would get it out by about Easter. It's just gone Easter about a week or whatever, 10 days ago. And yeah, within the next week or 10 days, it should come out. So I wouldn't have thought it would be any more than one more week. But like that pint sat on the bar, you know, you will have your lips around it eventually. The best things come to those who wait. If I could get my words out. Yeah, this will be more of an update show more than anything else. Like I say, the second she comes back from the sewing class, I'm going to end up cutting the show short. Although we did do a full-on hour in the pre-show. I paused the recording at several points because I was doing things. But yeah, we squeezed an hour of pre-show out. So if you're a member of my channel, become a member if you haven't done already. There will actually be some new material coming out today because I've run out. It's like there's been so many days taken off to do bookwork that I've churned through all of the older material that gets repeated on the second channel. So there's no more videos coming out of the second channel if you were enjoying the free material, not having to be a member by watching it on the second channel. Well, that isn't the case as of now because I've run out of material. So if you do want to join as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, then now is no better time because you'll actually get to see some unreleased material that won't get released for a fair old chunk of time because I'll now set the clock back and put the material that is members only or this pre-show that was from today on a schedule for, I don't know, 10 days time or 2 weeks time on the second channel, which, like I say, I've run through all of the material that was, building up. But that's what it's there for, it's there to keep material out while I'm potentially doing other things, in this case, the book. So it's worked and served its purpose quite nicely. But there's only going to be new material coming out from the main channel for at least a couple of weeks while I build that backlog back up for people who don't want to become a paid member. But if you did, like I say, you want to become a paid member, now's the best time because you'll get to see new unreleased material as of today. Not that wasn't the case anyway. Members always get the Uncut and After Show much earlier than everybody else does. What else is there? What else can I update people on?
Well, it was a little bit of a break for us moderators not having a show in the afternoon because the people are just coming in, just, troll. So they'll come in with their name all jumbled up like, I don't know who it is, things like that. So it's like when I seen that there wasn't a show, I was like, oh, thank God, get a little break from this. And, the minute you turn away to do something, you turn back and there it is. It's like they manage to know when you're not watching so they could spew their freaking trolly nonsense. It's like pathetic, really.
Yeah, I completely agree. Just got to try and pretend it's not happening. It's like the camera flashes. I was giving an analogy in the pre-show about the difference when I've been describing the violence that should potentially be inflicted, metaphorically speaking, on people who are rude to you. They stop being pleasant people to interact with and just start insulting you because they need to project their pain when a Cartesian grid's pointed out, perpendicularity, surface level, sea level, flight level, elevation angles, elevation, distance, any of the flat earth prerequisites that are met with, well, you don't understand how to speak, or you just don't understand language, or you just don't understand the violation of the axiom that you've just described to me that I'm now going to give back to you with an affirming the consequent fallacy. Those sorts of things, in my opinion, require one of two reactions. One, just disengage completely. And then it becomes like the celebrity who's almost completely indifferent to the flashing camera lights by comparison to Bjork, who just turns around and punches the absolutely infuriating paparazzi member who's, in that particular instance, just welcomed her to Tokyo or wherever it was. Well, that person got a punch in the mouth because they'd been harassing the ever-living daylights out of Bjork for days and days and days on end. Well, the difference is stark. One is an indifference that, from the onlooker's point of view, they just see the flashing bulbs. They don't feel the searing pain in your eyeballs, right? So it is difficult. It's easier said than done. But I'm suggesting in the pre-show that, you can explain verbally that comparison. That is to say that because you've become a person that I'd rather not punch in the mouth, metaphorically speaking, I'd rather just do the other thing, which is just disengage from you. It's like, you're not worth our time. If you need to delude yourself that a term like perpendicular isn't going to adhere to its own axiomatic principle that's useful because you've got a sphere belief, then feel free. You do that. Just do it away from me. Telling me that because you need to project your pain, I'm stupid because I understand the principle that's applied to Earth's planar surface when measuring it, isn't going to be a reason that I shouldn't feel the need to punch you in the face when you start insulting me. It should be a reason to disengage and just get on with what I'm doing. It's like, you want to believe perpendicular moves to the centre of a sphere. Okay, feel free. It doesn't, but I'm not going to tell you it doesn't. Why would I need to? You need to delude yourselves. I don't need to engage in that delusion because it will be inconsequential. The verbalization, the discussion thereof makes no difference to the actual axiom and its applicable nature. That will never change. Earth will be measured flat with things like perpendicularity for altitude. whether you like it or not. If we argue about it, it's not going to change what it is. Like two-dimensional directionality on a compass. You can say, well, actually, it's adhering to magnetic field lines, therefore it's referencing bent. Like, you level the tool. Why would I explain this to you, though? You don't need me to explain how level a compass is. It is just leveled. Well, it doesn't matter if I tell you that or not, though, does it? The compass will still remain principally functional in the way it's always been, regardless of my verbalization of that fact, or in the reality that we face as flat earthers, the argument that you feel to bring to my doorstep whilst telling me I'm stupid. I don't feel the need to engage with that. The more time elapses, the more apathetic I feel to these people in their cognitive pain. Enjoy it over there, away from me. I don't care.
Well, that's the rule of thumb we have in chat. We don't even respond to them. We don't say nothing. We don't acknowledge. Just time them out and move on. Don't even mention their names. Don't even mention what's said. Now, that's not for everybody. If somebody comes in, they have questions, we're more than happy to answer your questions. But you got to ask nicely. You know, like Jack Nicholson said to Tom Cruise in A Few Good Men, but you got to ask me nicely.
Yeah, that's basically it. It's whether or not you're a pleasant person. At the moment, for 10 years, it felt like there was a necessity to debate about this stuff. That was, now I can reflect upon this, my ignorance. And me projecting my pain, that's my ignorance, onto others as I argued with them. Now, it becomes inconsequential, literally, if I convince you, because it's not about your comprehension. Earth measurements are utterly inconsequential to anybody's comprehension of them, unless they're putting them into practical application. Now, when Earth measurements are put into practical application, you can say, as an apology, it's just easier to measure it flat. It's just measured flat. That's it. Now, I don't have to verbalise it, you don't have to understand it, so why are we having this discussion? Then it just boils down to, well, let's assess the discussion for its social value. Is it a valuable interaction? Am I enjoying interacting with you? No, I would rather break your nose. You rude, insolent, fart-sniffing dweeb that values this boring shit above social interaction. Okay, take your information that you value in contradiction of axiomatic principles of flat earth measurements over there, away from me. What's that? That makes you want to interact with me even more? It makes me want to detach from you even more, though. That's the vicious cycle of go away from me, you creepy, stalking dweeb, versus, no, I need to explain to you that a compass is flat. It is flat. I don't have to explain it to you. It doesn't matter if you understand it or not. It is what it is. Earth's measured flat. Like it or lump it. If you lump it somewhere else, though. Not around me. Especially not while your need to project that pain onto me is prevalent in your own bloodstream. You know, while you've got those chemicals floating around, piss off. You're an unpleasant person to be around, so get lost.
You had somebody in chat say, I guess, that he wouldn't lead off with sex. I'm like, but why not? That's the journey that the show took. You can't hide from it. These things happen on the show called Flat Earth Debate.
But you wouldn't lead off with sex? I mean, it depends how it's being referenced. So in my book, I talk about people's pain being projected onto me with a need to play pornography on my live streams whilst measuring flat earth elevation angles to the sun for a 24-hour period. Sound familiar? Yeah, that's right. I did tracking the sun on a flat earth while we measured zenith, a solar noon, for various locations across Earth's plane. Now, there are people out there that found measuring Earth flat so offensive that they needed to splice people having sex into my live stream while we measured Earth flat. Now, you may not like those facts, but the journey of discovery that leads me to say you are a deeply unpleasant person, go away, are the same emotions going through that person's blood about me when they felt the need to play people having sex on my show because we measured Earth flat. Now, those are just the facts. Now, you might say, oh, well, I wouldn't lead with your synopsis being about sex. Well, I can't help that a humble YouTube videographer had to endure editing out sex from his live stream about measuring Earth flat with the sun. I can't help that. But that is the journey I've taken. And I absolutely assure you of one simple fact. Sex sells. My book's sexy. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, I remember those days of porn bombing. I wasn't on the panel at the time. I was just a listener. But that happened quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm explaining it in a chapter that explains that you've got dweebs versus hippies, conspiratards, hippies, versus fart-sniffing, low-value, ineffectual males who feel the need to splice porn into another man's live stream to express their pain about how flat Earth is being discussed. Now, back then, we weren't even really discussing flat Earth. We were saying Earth's not a sphere. We didn't know it would get labelled 10 years later as being an an anti-globe believer. We thought, sincerely, we were flat earthers. When we measured Earth flat with elevation angles to see if an azimuthal equidistant North Pole-centric globe projection derived from a sphericity that's created with an R value measured from a flat Earth with polar-eccentric latitude lines. Now, we didn't know that concise summary meant that all roads led to a flat Earth. We just thought showing that the Earth wasn't a ball was sufficient to make people believe that it was flat. Now we know there's no belief required, it's just measured that way. Flat Earth, that is. But it doesn't change that people found it so painful that they felt that they needed to shut my channel down with sex. And there's also quite a lot of generalised sex amongst the people that I interacted with whilst going through this road of discovery that led me to the conclusion that it makes no difference what I say about this subject, Earth's measured flat regardless. That road had people having sex along the paths in the bushes. Now, I can't help that, but that is the road of the journey of discovery. It includes people and their stories. Sex is something people do, and I've written about it, when it's directly tied to the subject matter at hand. In this case, how literal wankers dealing with sex poisoned the waters of flat Earth measurements, whilst having other dicks who are prepared to play sex on my flat Earth measurement streams, suggesting that flat Earth, actually anti-globism, was muddying the waters of 9/11 truth. Now, these are the things you can read about in All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth. That's my book, Measured Flat, by Nathan Oakley. And I assure you, it's a sex-filled journey, because life is full of sex. And this subject, when boiled down in the way I boil it down, is a sexy subject. Now, there's plenty of boring shite, fart-sniffing nonsense about angle measurements that goes along with the intersection of the sex that people find so offensive because it defies their religious belief in a sphere. And then they introduce sex into the story. That's not by my volition. I just wanted to talk about how flat Earth was. You, in your pain, made it sexy. I can't help that, but I can write about it.
Who would you say the target audience for the book is there, Nathan?
Again, it's pitched at all levels of audience. There's going to be people who find aspects of the book fascinating based on the historic account of Earth's sphericity being built upon the flat Earth measurements required to build that sphericity. Those historic accounts will fascinate some. Others just want the base, lowest of the lowbrow information about other people. Because that's Jeremy Kyle, tabloid news, whatever you want to call it. People find that appealing. Now, I have attempted to wrap my personal journey and story, which has got elements of sex, as that's the thing that's been brought up. There was other things on that list. It's just which one got the most attention immediately. Well, I wouldn't lead with sex. You have. Yeah? Here we are discussing it, right? Didn't mention myths and monsters now, did you? You said I shouldn't. It's in the negative, but you can't but help highlight something, even if you're affirming in the negative how much you shouldn't talk about something. You're still talking about it. That's the thing about death and sex. It's hardwired. That's why it works. It's one of the things I also opened with the book. I was studying subliminal messaging, how the sex and death cell functions. And here we are experiencing it preemptively before I've actually got something to sell with the sex cell. From an advertising perspective, it's even got a title. The sex cell goes right alongside the death cell. That's why I also mentioned deathbed confessions. Something else that we've had in a community that's supposed to be about earth measurement and geography. Nah, it's got deathbed confessions. Illegal drug manufacturing, sex, drugs, rock and roll. Where's the guns, Nathan? It's full of it. It's an absolutely outstanding story from every single perceivable angle it can be told from. Even the boring bits about Aristophanes and measuring boring-ass angles that people who think that they can have your kids taken away, or my kids in this instance taken away, if I get that information wrong. I mean, that is the reality of this subject. To some dweeb, fart-sniffing, low-value males out there, if I call Aristophanes Cleomedes, suddenly it's worthy of having social services take my kids away. Those are the stakes for the boring, fart-sniffing bits, yeah? The boring shite. You, low-value, fart-sniffing males, I'm looking straight at you, you know who you are. Yeah? You value this information because you've invested in it. I find it boring. Find all of it boring. Rocket ships, I'm not 12 years old anymore. You're just boys. That's all you are. Sad little boys sniffing your own farts, telling yourself how valuable the information is about your rocket ships, going to sky vacuums, to a moon that's got a distance that's derived from a flat Earth radial value measurement. That's right. Earth's measured flat to give you your distance to the moon. People want to know about what Artemis is debunked with. Its own telemetry data. The trajectory is based on an orbital value that's derived from a flat Earth measurement. Where do you think you get orbital motion? You get it from deriving the motion from an R value for a sphere that's measured flat. That's where you get it from. An extrapolation that violates its own base measurement to acquire an R value. To turn a flat plane and an area of equal altitude, that's a circle, two-dimensional, into a sphere, violating the axiomatic principle of the measurement you took to create it. So you can extrapolate out orbital motion. Another thing that gets detailed in explicit and excruciating, boring detail in my book, so that you fart-sniffing dweebs can go straight to the chapter on gravity and go, I wonder if he's got it right. I'll have his kids off him. Meanwhile, the more interesting people, the people on the flat earth side, let's be honest, the people I'm calling the hippies, yeah, they'll find the actual exciting bits of the story, the sexy bits, interesting, yeah? Now, I can't out what people find interesting in the various different aspects of the book, but there is plenty for all. You'll all find it interesting, from the fart-sniffing dweebs that's straight to the gravity section, to the people that want to know about their relationships, how they fell apart, the betrayals, the treachery, the stolen valour. I want to read about that. I don't care which or what you are interested in from my book. I know it's interesting. I know it's sexy. I know it's going to sell. I know you're going to want to buy a copy and read all about this stuff I'm gleefully regaling you with. Because it's all there in black and white to be enjoyed with pictures. And I'm sure it will definitely sell once it's released. Because people do want to hear about this story. They do want to hear it at multiple levels. Of fart-sniffing dweebery through to base-level lowbrow talk of sex, drugs and rock and roll.
Well, I'd rather see it through your eyes than the eyes of somebody who lost their deadbeat boyfriend.
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. I watch a bit of Taylor the Fiend. If I want to hear about spinsters that are past their best, I go and watch Taylor the Fiend. Shout out to Taylor the Fiend. My name's Molly and I can't hold down a boyfriend.
Hey, listen. Yeah, back then we were debunking a globe. But I've recently heard that if you debunk a globe, you ipso facto prove flat Earth. And I totally disagree.
But if you disprove dog, you ipso facto prove cat.
Exactly.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever read.
Unbelievable how stupid people get when they become treasonous, treacherous thieves. But anyway, no need to go down that path.
Parallel gravity is the cause of flat Earth, says Cleary. Is it Clearyisms now? Cleary? Yeah, it is Clearyisms. Why'd you change your name? I like Cleary. Anyway, Clearyism says parallel gravity is the cause of flat Earth. I don't know what parallel gravity is. Newtonian gravity is a downward vector perpendicular to a plane of reference. It's just the hijacking of weight. It's all Newtonian, out of date, 111 years of it being replaced by Einsteinian, bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry, pseudo being the operative word, also based on three-dimensional Cartesian descriptions when visually explaining this made-up by Einstein dimension that is currently the rhetoric of gravity. All of which is flat Earth in terms of its prerequisites. Downward vectors are perpendicular to a plane. That's what Newtonian gravity is. If you want to know how that's debunked, just release some gas from your person and watch it dissipate in all directions and not go down, go boom boom, go splash splash. Gas doesn't go down.
What do you mean? I thought it goes in all directions. What are you, contradicting yourself?
It doesn't just go down. Do I need to qualify even with you? Fair enough, if you need that caveat. It doesn't just go down. But in an absolute sense, it only goes up. So gas, or gases, that we experience here on Earth's flat planar surface, that we, in this particular example, will be describing the altitude of gases, right? Its vector being upward. Now, why would I say such a thing? Well, because it's true. When you describe altitude, you're describing it perpendicular to a plane of reference measured from sea level. That's a flat Earth prerequisite to describe the altitude of these gases in their vector when they are created at the surface level. Surface level, you say? Yeah, that's right. Ground level. Ground level, you say? Yeah, like measured from sea level. Level, you say? Yeah, lots of levels that describe altitude for gases that are produced at ground level and then go up, away from the ground. Now, that isn't to say that the elastic collisions that gas experience means that some of them won't ultimately come down to go back up again, because that's what they will do as they dissipate, to spread out. That's what dissipate means, and fill the containment that they must be under to be at pressure. Now, if you want to believe that gas doesn't need containment to be under pressure, like you don't need a tyre around the rim to have pressure, you can just have it in a sphere shape arbitrarily. And rockets, for example, can travel in a trajectory that's derived from a flat Earth measurement for a flat Earth orbital motion in a fantasy world akin to Narnia, when you travel on a flat derivative of said R value that'll give you a distance when extrapolated based on a scalar given you by Huygens, when he arbitrarily decides that Venus has the same R value as Earth's flat measured R value, so that you can get the distance to the moon to fly around it, whilst measuring your altitude from sea level in miles. Now, you can believe that the rocket can traverse the high pressure gas and go through a sky vacuum to take a journey that requires Earth be measured flat, to violate the flat measurements to create a fanciful world where we're moving in an orbital motion, with a distance derived from a guess from a man called Huygens, who just decided that Venus was Earth's twin to give us those distances. You can believe that the rocket can traverse the high-pressure gas and the gas itself just hangs around. I mean, it's all right. We've got gravity. What, gas going down? No, back to the original point. Gas is created at ground level and goes up away from the ground. That's what it does. It spreads out to fill the containment, and it's under pressure, meaning it must be contained. But the rockets can go out. Oh, of course they can, yes. 12-year-old boys and their fantasies about Narnia going through the wardrobe doors into a sky vacuum. Go ahead.
Nathan, there's an Artemis, and it's sending back observations. Are you telling me you're going to deny those observations?
From a sky vacuum in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. If the sky was a vacuum, then the gas we are breathing at pressure would fill the space. If rockets can go into the space, so can the gas, which is travelling at a high velocity with elastic collisions. It's not bonded to Earth. It's not affected by an out-of-date gravity force of down. It's going up. Yeah? So no, there is no sky vacuum for rockets to traverse in an orbital motion that's mathematically dependent on Earth being measured flat to derive radial values, to superimpose them if your name's Huygens onto Venus, so we can scale the distance to the moon. No, those require flat Earth prerequisites. All roads lead to a flat Earth, including telemetry data for moon travel. Yeah, you'll need a flat Earth be measured for that. What's that? It can't be a flat Earth because it's going around a motion that's spherical. No, the motion that's spherical is derived from those flat Earth measurements. If your calculations are in violation of the measurements, they're wrong. We measure Earth flat to derive radial values and have this out-of-the-box thinking called heliocentric motion. It doesn't mean you can travel through the concepts that are violating the very measurements that create them. Earth's measured flat to create your ball faith, this fantasy story. And the scale comes from just guessing that a light is the same size as a flat measured Earth. That's Christian Huygens deriving a radial value from Earth's flat measurements and superimposing them onto Venus. That's it. That's where you get orbital motion. That's where you get your distance to the moon. From a flat plane. Like the altitude that you'll measure the rocket from, like I saw on one of the launches. I heard Simon Dan did a little reaction video. Oh, share your pain. Thank you for the advert. I was congratulated by total and utter indifference to Artemis. Yeah, I couldn't give a shit. It's measuring Earth flat with altitude. It's measuring its journey via elliptical motions called orbits that are derived from flat plane measurements. So like with anything that's suggested to reference Earth in any capacity, all roads, without exception, rocket trajectories included, lead to flat Earth measurements. In this case, radial derivation. Where'd you get your art? By measuring Earth flat. Doesn't matter if you use Aristophanes, doesn't matter if you use Al-Biruni, you'll still need a flat plane to measure. And you do. These are your stories, not mine. You require Earth to be flat. You violate your own flat measurements when you suggest that you can enter this fantasy world that rockets enter when they traverse the high-pressure gas you believe isn't under containment because an out-of-date force of gravity holds them here, downwards. No, have you never farted? Have you never experienced gas expanding in all directions, dissipating into the availability of volume? That's what the gas would do if that's where the rockets could go. Now, outer space is fake. Yeah, there is no outer space. Sky's not a vacuum. That's ludicrous. Like stupid shit that 12-year-old low-value males believe in.
Well, Nathan, like you say, all roads lead to flat Earth. I think it's even better than that. They all start at flat Earth. If you think about it, it all starts at flat Earth.
Yeah, but we're working backwards. We all started with a belief that the world was spherical. So all roads lead to the realization that the belief in spherical roads were built on flat Earth measurement foundations. So for us, our road leads to flat. What Neil's saying is, to come to the conclusion you are justified in a belief that you're on a spherical surface requires the starting point be flat Earth measurements. Doesn't matter which way round you look at it. You're starting with sphere belief, which puts us into a weird cognitive variety of people that started with a premise that was violated by its own measurements, and then we've worked our way back to the flat Earth that was required. But Neil is correct. The starting point for all of these beliefs, like moon travel, come from flat Earth derived measurements of Earth's flat surface. That's where it all begins. That's why I don't care about being around these utterly infuriating, vile, despicable, low-value dweebs who value the information that, Al-Biruni measured Earth flat to get mountain heights with trig? Or that we've got flat Earth elevation angles from sticks and shadows with respect to a planar surface to derive radial values, to violate the base you've just measured flat, and have some out-of-the-box church-based rhetoric about heliocentric motion? It's absurd. It's a fantasy story, only applicable to 12-year-old boys who never grew up. Yeah, another shout out to everyone who's been helping me. I'm really, really grateful to everyone who's been sending me PayPals over the last 6 months, because I don't think I'd have got the book done, You know, given that at one point it had been thieved from me and I perceived to have nothing, it had just all been stolen. So from the depths of nothing, I've managed to scrape it all together. But for the fact that the wife helped me do it. Right? If it wasn't for Paula, I wouldn't be in the position I'm in now, delightfully regaling with how wonderful the book's going to be when it gets released in a few days or maybe a week's time. So, you know, massive shout out to everybody who's kept her financially motivated by sending me PayPals, one of which, as I said in the pre-show, came from Tamara. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Because now we're at the end. I mean, it means I might not continue to give her my PayPals, my wife, that is. But I've had the means to do so because of the tremendous amount of support that I've had from people who are in the community that's been built on this channel over the last 10 years. So huge appreciation to everybody who's been supporting me and effectively and extensively supporting my family by doing so. So I really, really am grateful. You know, the financial incentive isn't as high as I might make out when I'm like, I just want to flog the damn thing. I do, because I do want to keep bills paid, and I am struggling to. I'm not going to lie about that. As much as success breeds success, I know the book's going to fill that void. It is going to generate a revenue. So I'm delighted that that's the case. But as I've been saying to my wife while we've been doing it, it's about the journey, right? Some of the stories, as you listen to them, you've got to understand that those periods of time were enjoyed for what they were in the moment. Like, there isn't a second of my life that I would look back on if I was hit by a bus tomorrow and go, oh, God, I wish I hadn't have done that. You know, no regrets. Everything's wonderful because I've enjoyed life for the moment that it offers. So the perspective or potential money that the book might bring in is almost inconsequential now we're at the end of the process, because the process itself has been enjoyable. It's had its ups and downs, but that kind of lends to the overall product that's been produced. If it wasn't for the ups and downs, the sex, the drugs, the rock and roll, it wouldn't be an exciting story and it wouldn't sell. So when you're in those times, sometimes when you're at the trough of a wave, in my case currently it's financial, but that's probably the least concerning of all troughs that you can be in. There are far worse troughs to find yourself in. But as long as the life that's presented to you in the moment is enjoyable, that's all that really matters. That's why I'm trying to advise my panel at the moment that walk away from the dweebs. It's like they're available for assessment rather than convincing. It's like, do you have value to me if you're an unpleasant person? The answer is no. We're only limited by the time that we have here. The money is inconsequential. We can't take it with us when we die. So what do you actually have of value? The time itself, the moment itself, this moment right now, right? Now, there's been a series of moments that have been very interesting that you can read about in my book, and I'm delighted in a way that there's been its tumultuous up and down path, because that's what offers excitement, to wrap the boring stuff around, to wrap the, frankly, tedious description of measuring Earth's flat surface to create sphericity for us to have formerly, past tense, believed in. If there isn't any sex, drugs and rock and roll to wrap around that, you've just got logic. Well, logic never wins an argument. You can be completely logically flawless and it won't convince people. People believe things based on what their heart tells them. And stories about people and their journeys are what people are interested in. Now, me, I'm fortunate that I've got the ability, after whatever it is, 12 years of experience in Flat Earth, to wrap my interesting stories around the relevant data. And hopefully I haven't balanced it badly where there's too much factual tedium in the book that someone falls asleep whilst reading it. You know, and when, as we've been going through it, we've identified certain times in the book where that does happen, where you go, oh my God, this is getting really heavy and boring. I've identified it and gone, to you, the reader, if you're finding this boring, it is boring, and intentionally so. The information about a globe Earth is made complex and cognitively expensive, so the average Joe who realises it doesn't really have any financial or general benefit to them won't invest in it. Not financially, but mentally. Too cognitively expensive. Other men have figured it out. I don't need to concern myself about it. There's plenty of astrophysicists from bands like D-Ream and shit like that. Meanwhile, you don't have to think about it. So therefore, when I detail it, having learnt about it, and I didn't find it interesting or want to learn about it, I've highlighted where, yeah, this is boring. But don't worry, get to the end and you'll appreciate just how robbed you have been of your own senses. Go ahead, Neil.
Well, I want to piggyback that because, yeah, they dazzled us with bullshit when it was just so simple as to it's just measured that way. And it always has been. But they have freaking confused it so much that you're right. Like somebody else figured it out. I'm just going to follow along consensus rules or it's a globe.
Shout out to Price of Adam for the super chat. Says, I'm excited to learn if Globers can read.
Those.
I guess we'll find out.
Mic check.
Hey, we hear you. That chocolate.
What's up, guys? What's going on?
Guy, perpendicular to a plane.
Still? Okay.
Yeah, it's all good. Been working very, very hard. So there's been no live streams for about last week as a result. How are you?
I'm alright. Doing the same. Working my ass off. Good to see you back.
Good to hear. Yeah, same here. I can relate. Not that I'm not normally working my ass off, but when there's a detachment from what you typically do and people see, that's live streams for me. There's an assumption that you're not doing anything or that you're not working. So Neil summed it up the other day and he's like, you've had a day off from your work to do work? Well, yeah, that's basically it. Right, we've got about...
Sometimes, man.
Say again?
But that's how it goes sometimes, though. It sucks. But you're here, so that's good.
Yeah, I'm here. Just very poor. Hopefully that'll be resolved in the not too distant future with a new revenue stream, which I'm delighted about. So the book will come out in the next week or so. Hopefully you'll buy a copy.
Indeed.
All right, got about 5 minutes left on this live stream, and then my wife and I will be back at the grindstone, polishing out the last edges of a couple of chapters. Do you all miss the live streams?
Yeah, we're glad to be back on.
Over.
Yeah, I'll be honest, it is flattering when I get tons of messages from people who recognise their, not dependence, but their joy at having a regular live stream come out. And when it doesn't, people really do notice. I've had quite a few messages from people. Thank you very much for all your messages. I'm not dead. It's one of the things that people assume. Are you okay? You're like, yeah, I'm all right. I'm just writing a book. It's all good.
Yeah, there was people saying, you see, we told you Nathan was going to get shut down for being so mean to Phil Bell. I said, oh, yeah, really? They took him off YouTube, did they?
Phil's
He's still around.
telling us that we're singing out of tune with metaphors. He's saying that he feels the need to correct us. It's like nobody asked you for your correction. Nobody's employing you as a piano tutor, like metaphor. In fact, the reason you're here telling us we're out of tune is because you're on your deathbed trying to justify your own existence. My attitude, hurry up and die. What's that? You think that me saying you, who have injected yourself into my life without me asking, shouldn't be suggested to hurry up and die? Don't inject yourself into my life and tell me I'm out of tune by metaphor and you won't be told to hurry up and die. It is just that simple. Now, you feel that that's unreasonable. Oh, really? I have been told for about 12 straight years that I should jump off tall buildings to prove a perpendicular vector with respect to a plane of reference. That's a suggestion of a 111-year out-of-date gravity. That is to say, I am suggested that I would be better off removing myself from this plane of reference. Or that I should be quite literally drinking bleach, having my testicles removed, or having my children that I fathered removed from my presence. So me telling a man who's very old people die, that he should hurry up about it when he's interjecting his values and opinions onto another man's life that hasn't asked for it, is kind of par for the course. Don't inject yourself abruptly into other people's lives that don't want you in their lives, and you won't get told to sod off and die. Now me, I'm not injecting myself into anybody's lives that doesn't want it. You don't have to watch my videos. I'm here to make a career as a YouTuber, soon to be author. That doesn't mean that I'm injecting myself into your life. You don't have to watch. But these people come along to us proactively and insert themselves into our lives. I haven't asked for Phil Bell's presence, and I don't care about it. But when I'm getting it without asking for it, I'll just say it how it is. I'd rather you weren't around me. What's that, you're dying? Good. Hurry up about it, then I won't have to endure your nonsense. You're old, you'll die. We all will. Me, I won't have any regrets. I won't be contacting some old wanker on my deathbed telling him how right I am, telling him how I need to educate him in his use of melody. I won't be doing that. Like I say, if I got hit by a bus tomorrow, I wouldn't have it flash before my mind that I need to get in touch with Simon Dan and tell him how wrong he is. No, I go, thank you, Jesus, for giving me the opportunity. Life has been frickin' awesome. I am so privileged. Not, I know, I'm going to go and tell Phil Bell how right I am. Now, that's a man who questions his own validity here on Earth's planar surface. And to project his own concerns about the validity of his own existence, he's decided that that is best served at the door of flat earthers. No, I'm just not going to tolerate it. No, I don't want to be around you. What's that? You soon won't be around us? Good. Jolly good. Let's see how quickly that can occur. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, things are looking rosy for me, not you. Do I care? No, not in the slightest. If you want me to care about you, be nice. It's just that simple. Yeah? People who are unpleasant, deeply unpleasant, they're not going to get my commiserations when they're on their deathbed. I spit on your grave. I hope that's absolutely clear. And my sentiment is the same for all of you. You low-value males. Phil Bell's one of them. He's a fart-sniffing dweeb, a low-value male, a 12-year-old trapped in a 70-year-old's body, who believes in rocket ships going to sky vacuums, who denies axioms, who feels that he is justified forcing his beliefs onto others. That's called zealotry. And I don't want to be around those people. And when we're pleasantly surprised to find that they'll soon toddle off this mortal coil, I bid you adieu. Bye-bye. Farewell. Adios. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. You shouldn't, but do, have any regrets. Yeah? I can't regret being poor. I can only thank our Lord and Saviour for the people around me, supporting me to the point where I can just about get by and enjoy the moments of life and what they have to offer. Now, I get it. You feel offended. You feel that us talking about how spherical Earth will be requiring flat Earth measurements for is an offence to your ears. Don't listen. Nobody's forcing you to. Me and my words, as disclaimed at the beginning of this live show, won't have any influence on how flat Earth is or how spherically the flat Earth measurements will derive your belief. This on screen is the derivation of a flat plane measurement of angle to Polaris, wrapped around a plane like a protractor. That's the creation of your ball. Its origins are factual. They are dependent on Earth being measured planar. Earth will be and is measured flat for this shit you see on screen. Let's just say that again. This shit you low-value 12-year-old boys still believe in. And feel it's justified to say I should have social service take my kids away. That's the stakes. This shit versus my time with my children. And you wonder why I value your demise. Don't. Understand that we have been surrounded by very low value, dweeb, fart-sniffing, nasally wankers who would sooner watch us have our kids taken away than recognise the flat earth prerequisites on screen in this shit you all find so valuable.
Wasn't there a terminology back in the day where people would say, drop dead? What's the difference? Now, what happened was that you're supposed to know that the guy's actually dying of cancer. Like, you're supposed to have that foreknowledge and not, like, attack him like that because, all he did was try to correct us because he's been a teacher for 70 years. And when he hears somebody out of tune, he feels the need to come in and correct that person that's out of tune.
If I wanted his opinion, I'd beat it out of him.
I'm saying, everybody used to say drop dead. It was no big deal. But now the way you phrase it, a lot of people are making a real big deal out of it and threatening to get your channel taken down. And you'll see when it happens and you'll know where it came from. We have the authorities on it.
Yeah, that was something else I had. Yeah, it's not the first time. There was a point in my YouTube career where I had literally dozens of copyright strikes and were taking false accusing businesses to court to reinstate the ability to live stream on this channel. This channel has had in excess of 20 copyright strikes against it, all simultaneously. Not like, here's 3, then 5. No, all at once. I'm still here. Yeah, I got written about too in my book. Yeah, the turmoil that this channel's faced, where people like you want to find an angle, yeah, to remove me saying Earth's measured flat from your ear holes. That's what you really want. What, me saying an old man's gonna die? You think that'll get me shut down? Old men die, little boys. That's what old men do. Phil Bell's no exception. He will die. You don't like that? That's life, you bunch of cretins. It results in death. You don't like that? It's hardwired. Yeah? Like when I did my synopsis talking about deathbed confessions. Those are the reality of living. So enjoy it. Now, if your enjoyment level is derived from telling others that they need to hear how you can teach them, no. I don't need Phil to tell me how planar and perpendicular altitude is. I don't need Phil to tell me about how surface level as depicted on screen is flat, how parallel as depicted on screen eye level is, how flat Earth must be measured. For you overgrown 12-year-old boys to think Earth curves. I don't need anybody to educate me in this. And the verbalization of the facts on screen, that would be surface level. See it? It's labelled. I don't have to read it out, and I don't need to hear some old dying twat tell me I'm out of tune when I point it out. I didn't ask him for his opinion. I don't value his company. I find him vile. A vile, low-value, Yorkshire pudding-faced old man. That's what he is. Now, you think that's going to get me shut down? No, he is an old, dying wanker who feels that he's got the right in death to subject me to his boring shit he thinks he's right about. No, death doesn't afford you that, Phil, you delusional old twat. But what you are doing is trying to project your pain in death onto me, and I won't have it. No, I'll wish out of mercy you die quickly. That's it. That's what you'll get from me. Be pleasant in future, yeah? Build up rapport with people before you so arrogantly decide that you're in a position to educate them. Nobody asked you for anything. At all. And the flat measurements of Earth's surface aren't dependent on you verbalising it to me. They're flat. It's labelled. Do you see it? Surface level, Phil. As you lie dying, Earth will still require a flat planar surface be measured for your dumbass belief you'll take to your grave. You want my pity? You will not have it, sir.
Well, he thinks that satellites are measuring the Earth. As he says, it doesn't. To him, he's like, I'm a physicist, not an ancient historian. I'm concerned with what's happening now and the way things work. Of course, I'm interested in how humans came across the evidence we rely on in physics and chemistry, but it doesn't matter to me who first measured the size of Earth. It matters that the satellites among
But just
the
before
other
you carry on,
hundreds of
Neil,
mapping
sorry
satellites are doing it now.
to interrupt, Neil. Just out of interest, simple yes or no question. Did you ask for this information to be imparted on you by a dying old man? Did you ask for this?
No, but he said, if you're wondering, I'm 70 years old and I would like to set you back.
No, we're not wondering. Let's get this absolutely clear. Nobody gives a flying fuck about you. If you're wondering, was that your justification? No, we're not. But here we are listening to him. Yeah? If he were dead, I wouldn't have to listen to this boring fart sniffer shite, would I? So is there any wonder? No, if he weren't here, I wouldn't have to listen to it. If I'm wondering, we're not wondering. Satellites, what, measured with an altitude from surface level, sea level, perpendicular to a plane? Yeah, your belief in a satellite in an orbital motion like the rockets is derived from a flat plane measurement that gives you R if you want to infer they're in an orbit. In reality, their height is measured from sea level. Was I wondering about it? No, I hadn't asked.
Well, he can't help. Let me just give him a shot. He's wondering. He's asking us if we're wondering.
What kind of shot? Like the kind of shot you take a dying old dog to get in the head behind the sheds? That kind of shot. Yeah? Like a festering old marley dog. You take it and go bang! Both barrels and put it out his misery. Is that the kind of shot I should give him?
Well, he says chatting with a bunch of people who think the Earth is flat. No, we know it's flat via measurement. And he said knowing the very idea is absurd. It's not an idea. See, Nathan, I'm trying to set him in tune because I don't want to see the guy go out like that. So I'm trying to set him in tune. It's measured that way. It's not an idea. It's not a belief. It's a measurement.
Ask him, if you want to engage with him in this regard, what the altitude of the satellite is. What's its altitude? And then that's the end of the discussion. Measured from sea level, then. So we'll need a flat Earth measurement of an average of a sea level, and we'll need a perpendicular measurement in the vertical axis. So Earth's measured flat, then? Yeah, it is. Nobody was asking Phil for his opinion on the matter. His opinion's inconsequential. He'll literally be dead soon. So who gives a shit what Phil has to say about perpendicular altitude measurements? Phil's not the arbiter of altitude. He's not measuring anything from sea level. He didn't derive sea level as a concept. He didn't measure Earth flat to come up with the average. So, Phil, you don't have any bearing on this. So, literally, it wouldn't matter if you were dead, would it? Literally.
Well, he says he can't help being an educator. It's in his DNA.
Really? Nobody asked him for it. He's not being paid. We're not some government body seeking to employ him. He's just a dying old man. Nobody asked him for his opinion. He's just trying to justify his worth, isn't he? So I'm correct. So what Phil's really doing is justifying his existence as it nears its end. Well, you're an educator. Nobody's asking you for that anymore, though, are they, Phil? Nobody needs you to justify what altitude is when they're not asking you for anything. We don't want to interact with you. We haven't asked for your company. We find you unpleasant. But here you are telling us because you need to justify that you're the educator. Just hurry up and die.
Well, the thing is, he uses an analogy. It's like listening to someone singing who constantly messes up a note, which makes me flinch. See, what's making him flinch is not that we're out of tune, it's that he's out of tune. And that's making him flinch at the ripe old age of whatever.
Yeah, pure projection. You're flinching while you insult us. Now, if you were in front of me, you'd be flinching because you'd be worried I'd break your nose. Because you're insulting us by metaphor. Out of tune, you say? No, sorry, does the notes of altitude somehow not work in accord with your belief? Nobody cares how in accordance with your belief altitude from surface level measured flat with sea level is. Nobody asked you. Don't you get it, you stupid old man? It's just insulting. Like I say, this is what I just described at the beginning or the top of the show. Right? These people are deeply unpleasant. Why would you want to be around this person? He's telling you you're out of tune by metaphor. So deep down, not even deep down, just below surface level by metaphor, he wants to insult you. Say, you are ignorant, I am superior, I will educate you. Fuck off, you stupid old twat. Who the fuck do you think you are? Yeah? That's what you get. That's why you're twitching, because in reality, you're insulting somebody who hasn't asked for your company. But the first thing you do is not build rapport with them. It's tell them that they're wrong with an insult by metaphor. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. These people aren't pleasant to be around. Yeah, and in person, they get a slap. That's a metaphor. This is that slap by metaphor. Piss off. Nobody's asking you for anything. You think the world and its flat measurements cares about what you think or say about it? It doesn't. It's unaffected in its perpendicular altitude for your satellites. You saying you just don't understand, I can't bear to hear people out of tune, then piss off! Switch channel then, Dumbo! Oh, no, I've got to interject myself into these lives and tell them how out of tune they are. This person's in the shower singing. They didn't need you in their bathroom. It's quite creepy that you're here.
Remember in the movie Seven, John Doe has the upper hand. See, that's the problem. Right now, we have the upper hand because you can't get around the measurements. That's how the globe was created. So we have the upper hand. We're John Doe.
Yeah, well, someone's head's going to end up in a box, and it ain't mine. With that, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980, actually, I'm going to round out the show. A massive thank you to everyone, both members and the live public stream, for making today's live show possible. Thank you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, hitting me up on PayPal, joining as a Patreon, all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley. There will be no after show to follow, but I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Don't let me into it.
My wife's got another group. I thought she was here. She's actually gone to another class already. So there will be an after show. No point ending the recording if I don't have to.
Oh, we're going to do a book, but she's still busy. I got you.
It's not that she's busy. She came back. She's dropped Clover off. Say hello, Clover. Say hello.
Hello.
And then
Hello,
she's...
happy birthday.
Hello. Happy birthday, Clover.
What'd you say? Say?
I don't know.
You say thank you.
Thank
How old is she
you.
now?
Yeah, when people wish you happy birthday, you just say thank you to them.
Okay.
Where's my present? No, you say thank you.
No. She's got the right idea. You're darn right. Where's my present? I like her already.
No, I don't want to teach you bad habits. I was telling her when she gets to an age that she'll be working in some office somewhere, you're expected to bring the cake in on your birthday. It's not like people will buy you presents. You're expected to bring a cake.
That is not true. If you show yourself friendly and caring, you will have people bringing you in cakes and gifts. If you're a miserable bastard, yeah, then you got to bring your own cake.
How old is she now?
How old are you, Clover?
7.
No way, she's 7.
That's good enough to be paying $20. That's crazy.
What's $20?
Oh, cap cut. It's
Eli's probably buying food.
no, freaking subscriptions nickel and diming me. And I'm like, I did buy that. That's true.
What are you trying to edit?
No, that's what I'm saying. Nothing important. I promise you.
Fair enough. I don't like CapCut. That's why I bought an iPad. It comes with iMovie.
Oh. That makes sense. I don't like Apple products, but for the sake of a good editing software, yeah, that would be a motivating factor.
The main motivating factor for me buying an Apple product at all. So, I mean, I've got an Android phone, but the convenience and speed of editing something on the iPad just can't be beaten. I've had Pinnacle as well. There's another one, I think it's Adobe based, but I've had several editing softwares. The one I used for the most time on the computer was Pinnacle, which was, you had to buy it. And it is so much more powerful than iMovie, but it's just not as fast. Being able to bosh something out in half a day compared to a week, but with better effects and better transitions, and you know what I mean? Like, I can live without all those extras if I can get it out and done quickly.
Daddy,
Yes, Clover.
when mommy comes back, she's going to bring me to gymnastics. So,
So there's 3 lessons today, so we're not going to get any more book done then.
no, but she might.
No, she won't. There's no time. If she's gone to gamer club and gymnastics afterwards, there'll be no time to do any book work. Oh well. Looks like we're not going to do any book work today. Oh well.
No rush. Make sure everything's the way you want it. When the release happens, it happens.
Yeah, I should have carried on with the microphones for another month. So I stopped in January. I should have carried on through February, really. Well. That said, if I'd have done that, I'd have still been dealing with that. And therefore, I wouldn't have had 100% concentration to do the book. So the main reason I stopped in January wasn't for financial reasons. Like, I would have preferred to have had the money carrying on coming in from microphones. But it was just too big of a distraction, you know what I mean? It was occupying too much time. And there are literally only so many hours in the day. So I had to give that up. It's just, I knew that at some point I'd reach rock bottom in terms of the income, because I was, or have been, is it past tense yet? I am currently doing less YouTube work. There's only so many hours that I can steal my wife's attention, and that happens to be often when I would be doing a live stream. I mean, I've still kept the time slot filled, right? There's still been videos coming out at the normal time.
Yeah, it's still been here and there. Like yesterday, there was none. But like I said, I needed a break yesterday. I wasn't in the mood to just sit there timing people out all day.
But it's only on the second channel. So, there's still, on the main channel yesterday at 2:00, there was still a video. And the day before, and the day before that, and tomorrow, whatever, it's not tomorrow, it's Saturday tomorrow. But, Monday, there will still be a video coming out on the channel at the normal live stream time slot time. It just won't be live. But the second channel has run out of Uncut and after shows. So other than this one, but I'll schedule this one for the one that we're making literally now. This one will come out in a couple of weeks. But the main channel will still have the slot filled, always.
Yeah, and that's a good thing. As long as you got something going up. And it was interesting to hear those other voices.
What other voices? Have you spoken to the doctor about them?
You okay, Neil? Lord bless.
The scumbag voices from yesteryear.
Oh, you're talking about the editors I fired being on an old show.
Right, because you hear confessions in there. You hear people saying, like, the problem with people is that they're always trying to get over on each other. I'm like, holy shit. They're always trying to screw people over. No. You start hearing little confessions.
Oh, preemptive confessions. You mean people who potentially have it in them to be a shit of some description will describe how shitty someone else could be, and then they are that person.
That's correct. Very interesting.
Yeah, it all gets exposed and they'll be removed.
Or not, who cares?
Yeah, that's my point, Nathan. They show up or whatever else, yeah, inconsequential to us.
Well, that's the whole thing. I don't care. I ripped them off already. They're done. They're trying to contact me, sending me messages. Listen to this. Why would I listen to anything? I told you, you're dead to me. I told you what you were doing was you were drawing a line, and there's going to be some casualties, and that's not right.
Yep, self-righteous folks, just like the most determined one at the moment in the chat. Yeah, see you later. Have a great day.
Yeah, that's what
you, Nathan, and you, Neil, and man, get out of here.
well, that's what I was called. I didn't know you became a shit talking chat skanker. I'm like, I'm not talking shit. I'm laying out truths. If it's bothering you, then you need to do a little, introspection. Look inside if that bothers you.
Going there at a personal level when the earth's just measured flat, becoming all criminal and violent and all that nonsense just because the earth's measured flat. Just get out of here, or if you are here, then whatever. And
You're talking about those people. Those people have been written off a long time ago. I'm talking about different people that are telling me. See, if you're not okay, let's do a little thing here. If you're not a scumbag, then it wouldn't bother you if somebody accuses you of being a scumbag. See what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, in that part, you know, in reality, and in your heart that they're full of crap. Water off a duck's back.
You really feel that way about me? Yeah, I said it right there. I called you all scumbags. When I said it, I meant it. And if it bothers you, then maybe you should do a little inner search. Find out why that term bothers you.
Yeah, there's introspection. And what it is in reality. All it would be is just, okay, Neil, okay, he can go do his thing. Oh, really? You're butthurt about it, and you're magnifying how butthurt you are. Well, then that's on you. Now, there's a part of having that person in your presence, but at a point when you're immediately butthurt, that's a mark on you.
What bothers me are the people that got caught up in it and got pulled away. That's what bothers me. There's only one way. See, Eli summed it up the other day. He's like, I don't hear people laughing and cooking it up. I missed that. Yeah. But I can't get by what happened. So if you just remember, hey, I know this all sounds nice, but I know what happened. You can't be involved because you know what happened.
We'll move forward, and they will reap what they sow.
Today's show is called FED 2519 Live. Sex, Drugs, and Flat Earth.
Nice. I'm going to get some backlash on that Phil Bell thing. I already got a thing. You brought Phil back into it? You're going to get it. Yeah.
Get what?
I don't know. We're going to get it. Keep getting a threat that we're going to get it. When you see it happen, you're going to realize where it came from. And I didn't get that in a freaking, private DM. I got that on a message on my phone. So they doxed me. About 10 people got my phone number, and I'm getting messages from all different people.
So you're going to get the ambiguous get it. Ooh, fill a mystery.
Yeah, again, people who you wouldn't want to associate with, you wouldn't want to talk to, you wouldn't want to be friends with, but they're here inserting themselves into your life in an unpleasant way. Like, that's what's there beneath the surface for all of them. That's what they're all like.
Yep.
How sad.
Go ahead, mate.
Just saying, it's sad, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's sad to state of affairs. Grown men doing that. Acting like children. Vicious, bullying children.
Yeah, it's common ground with all of them. Acting like petulant children.
Yeah, because that's what they are. Petulant 12-year-old low-value boys. That's really all they are. They got older, but they never grew up from the 12-year-old boys that believe in rockets and spaceships. That's what they are.
Here you get it. Here's the message. I am telling you now politely that I will not let you get away unscathed after mocking the cancer battle that my friend is going through. I gave you the benefit of the doubt that you didn't know he was suffering from cancer. But after you found out, you doubled down. For that, you will get what is coming to you.
What,
and
death?
So will Oakley.
Yeah, death. We're all going to face it eventually when we get to Phil's age. That's what happens.
Then he said, let me reiterate, this is not a threat of violence or of any other illegal action. It will be done in 100% legal manner. So, Nathan, there's a law against telling a person to drop dead, I guess.
What the bloody hell? These people make believe they're God. You can get out of here.
Yeah, it's like I say, low-value males pretending that they've got some control over these things. All right, yeah, you control this stuff, yeah. I'll get what's coming to me. What's that? Death? Like Phil? Phil will die. He's got cancer. That's what will happen. It's inevitable. Yeah? What matters is whether or not he was valued in life. The little precious time that he's got now. What's he spending that doing? Telling us we're out of tune. Oh, fuck off and die, Phil. Fuck off. Oh, you don't like me saying that? All right, don't tell me I'm out of tune. All right, I should just tolerate it because he's dying. No, I'm not going to do that. Did that offend you? Good. What's that? You feel you can threaten me? No, you can't. No, that's worthy of finding out who you are so we can report you to the police. Because you're making threats. That's literally what you're doing. You'll get what's coming to you. Now, when I describe a man dying of cancer dying, that's just a fact of life. The fact that I don't like this man and would rather that was sooner rather than later so we don't have to listen to his stupid shit is an opinion that I will have. I don't want to listen to Phil's stupid shit. If Phil was dead today, we wouldn't have had to endure that shit he decided to force onto our doorstep without us asking for it. We didn't ask him to light a bag with poo in it and set it on our doorstep. But that's what he did. So he's getting told to hurry up and die as a result of him deciding he's going to light a poo on fire at my doorstep. Don't light poos on fire at my doorstep. That's the result of that. Not don't say to a man who's dying that he's going to die. He is. That doesn't mean you get to threaten me, though. That's justification for having you reported to the greater authorities that you kowtow to, the police, so that they can take you away for your threatening behaviour. I'm not threatening Phil with cancer. He's going to die. That's a fact.
Right. They're the ones that, if anything, they're harassing me. I didn't give them my number. They're harassing me on my phone and threatening me and then saying it's not a threat. So who's the one that's in the wrong here?
Yeah, like I say, they've imposed themselves upon you and your phone number and your life by way of harassment through text message. That's what they're doing, harassing you, stalking you. That's what they're doing. And they're telling you, you'll get yours. What? Now, you need reporting to the authorities. Just report them. Just take the information to the police station and say, I'm being harassed. That's it. Simple. Because you are.
So I said, I don't want you texting me, stranger. We'll go to the property authorities. Stop harassing me. I have your name. Now stop. I have your Discord info. So just stop. So he said, you don't need to change your number. I don't need to contact you anymore. I just wanted to let you know what to expect. And when it happens, you will know why.
Yeah.
That's a threat.
Yeah, I just wanted to threaten you.
I don't care. So I said, what did I tell you? Because I said, tell him to stop texting me. He said, I don't care what you told me. You will get what is coming to you for what you did to Phil. I didn't put cancer on Phil. I did not do that.
You sure?
I'm positive. I'm not the freaking, is this the right word, arbiter of cancer?
Yeah. Yeah. These folks are not God. Bugger off.
So then he says, I said, okay, now it's done. He said, yeah, I can stop messaging you now, but it is not done. You will know when it is done. Trust me. That's a threat. No. I've been threatened before. And that's a threat.
It's going to go by the wayside. You have no power over me. Get lost.
Oakley, too. You and Oakley, you will get what's coming to you, and so will Oakley. These are people that they just constantly wish bad on you, right?
Yep. Projecting their evil onto you. Self-righteous fools.
Yeah, I wasn't going to give it any airtime, but decided I'm gonna.
Well, there's a point, to actually starve them. Yeah, that's what they feed off of. They feed off of us. We don't get anything from them.
Well, it's time to I'm thinking it's time to let the people who follow them know what they are. Nathan runs a show. Topics get discussed. When you interject in the show, it depends on how you come. If you come nicely, you get treated accordingly. If you come like a prick and tell us that we're just a bunch of dumb flat earthers, in essence, that's what he's saying, and I'm here to freaking set you in tune because you sound like an off-key singer and it's making me flinch. What's making you flinch is that Earth is measured flat, and that's a fact.
Yeah.
So
Is at an Avril Lavigne, or whoever the modern equivalent is, Taylor Swift concert, and he's paid his ticket. In this case, he's come to a show that's free. And whilst the show's continuing and Taylor Swift's on stage, he's decided, this fat, grisly old cunt, that he's going to get on stage with Taylor Swift, tell her she's out of tune and start telling her how to sing. You're like, you have no fucking idea how much the security want to stamp on your teeth right now, do you? But you still think that you're justified. And when the security drag him off stage, they go, you're going to get your security. That's what he's doing. Nobody invited you to the concert. But when you decide that you don't like what you're being given, that you weren't invited to, that's being offered for free, you feel that you are justified in jumping on the stage and telling the person on the stage that you're going to give them a lesson that they haven't asked for. And then you wonder why we condemn you to hell. No, fuck off. You have no right to be on this stage. You've no right to tell anybody that they're out of tune. Nobody values your opinion. We haven't asked for a lesson. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, but I was a music teacher for 70 years, and I hear that she's slightly out of tune.
Yeah, an out of tune fool jumping on stage and obstructing a Whitney Houston concert and pretending like Whitney Houston's out of tune when you're the fool and going to be pulled away by security and prosecuted. That is asinine. Get out of here.
Well, that would be a total miracle if you're going to interrupt the Whitney Houston concert.
Yeah, you know what I mean. It's like you are delusional, and is still representative of this analogy. Yeah, you're the actual out of tune fool here, and you think you're going to come on stage and obstruct the concert, pretending like you're the one that's in tune. Yeah, you're going to tell Whitney Houston that she's out of tune when you sound like a broken old frog and moose.
Yeah, well, it's just self-importance. Well, I was a teacher for 75 years. I couldn't give a shit. I don't care if you've been a teacher since the day you came out of your mum's pussy. I couldn't give a fuck what you are. Nobody asked you for your opinion. But because you think you're important, because you've got so much value, if you had this real value in yourself, you wouldn't need to affirm it with me. But here you are, like the prick you are, just seeking your own self-affirmation. I was important. I was a teacher. Yeah, well, soon you won't even be here. Do you think any of us are going to mourn? No, we won't even know. We won't care. We don't care about you. But you think we should care. We don't. Oh, right, because we're expressing how little we care, we should be threatened for not caring. We don't want the fat old twat on stage telling Whitney how to sing. Get him off. What's that? We should be having our kids removed. We should be punished. We should have our livelihoods taken away because we don't recognise how you've been teaching singing for 40 years. Therefore, what, you've got a justification to get up on stage with Whitney? No, you stupid delusional old twat.
This was that mission. The mission they choose to die for. For some strange reason, people want to have this mission. I have to make sure everybody still believes like I believe that the Earth is a spinning magical water ball. It's ridiculous. And if what you're saying is right, if this dude's sick and he's still doing this, it's like, bro, are you serious, man? Like, shouldn't you be off, like, enjoying life somewhere? Why are you stressing yourself doing this? Like, it's crazy.
Exactly. Do you think you'll be contacting Simon Dan on your deathbed, Chocolate?
I think not. I could give a shit about that guy. Nah, I won't be doing that.
Yeah, it's the delusional projection with the Batman and Superman complex that they're out to save the world from flat Earth measurements, and they're going to stop us. No, doesn't change anything. There's always going to be the horizontal plane measured flat.
That's a running theme, you know, with the dweebs. They all seem to think that they're superheroes. Sorry, go ahead. Was that Eli? Go ahead.
No, that was me again. I was saying, if anything, it just makes their little story look even weaker. Because why do you need to defend it? Shouldn't it defend itself? I've never understood this. If it's a globe, just let it be a globe. Why are you out here doing what you're doing? Telling people they can't have their own ideas and shit. Hold on.
No, I completely agree. By contrast, we stand in opposition to the one world religion of heliocentrism. Therefore, we can justify our existence in that regard. But as you correctly point out, if it is what it is, and that's spherical, why do you need to be here? Why do you need to do this? Well, the answer is your cognitive bias is being shattered by us. Therefore, you need constant reaffirmation, constant assurance that you're not wrong. That's why you're really here. Now, if you were right, that wouldn't be necessary. Now, me, even in the face of being told I'm wrong by the one world religion believers, I still feel that sense of apathy. I don't feel I need to tell anybody how wrong they are about their heliocentric belief anymore. That almost instantly after recognizing that it's measured flat, you start this road of, why do I care about you and what you think anymore? It is measured flat regardless of your opinion. Therefore, I don't find any value in telling you you're wrong about your heliocentric belief that's built on those flat Earth measurements. It doesn't serve any purpose anymore. Me arguing with you won't change how flat it is. It is what it is. Therefore, I can have that sense of apathy.
I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, I think there's a difference between wanting someone to be aware of something and then trying to convince someone of something. Like, I didn't come out here, to learn all there is about the globe to debate anti-flat earthers. I came across information, that information being, the size of Venus is assumed to be the size of Earth, and the size of Earth is measured by nobody. Those are two different things. That, like telling someone that, like, hey, did you know they were saying this, but that actually doesn't happen at the horizon when you're expecting ships to disappear 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height and be that do you know that has nothing to do with reality? That's different than, hey, come on, hey, let me convince you of what level it is. No, look at the definition. Why am I doing all that? Exactly. If you don't want to, if you aren't enjoying what I'm doing in this interaction and helping you, why am I doing it?
Precisely.
That's kind of...
No, I completely agree. It's like at the point that there's a contention of any description, you're like, this suddenly holds no value for me anymore. I thought I was having a nice conversation with a pleasant person that valued the information that's been garnered over a huge length of time, a lot of abuse and a lot of ridicule. But we're here with this information, and what are you going to do? You're going to start mocking me and ridiculing me. Piss off, I don't want to spend any time in your company anymore. What's that? I should be convincing you. Why? What value do I get from convincing you of something that's factually accurate? It won't change the accuracy if you believe it at the end of it, because it was not ordained based on your belief. It didn't require your belief. Me convincing you won't change any of the facts, and you not believing the facts won't change how flat Earth gets measured. So this becomes very low value. There's low reward for me, even lower when you become unpleasant. Like now I don't even want to, now I want to punch you rather than tell you about how flat it is based on the measurements. I'd rather stamp on your head now because you've become unpleasant.
Like I said earlier, Nathan, that example with that guy, I was just explaining about the Eratosthenes and the difference between measurements and calculations, and all that Eratosthenes, so-called Eratosthenes did was measure a linear distance and measure angle. The reply was all angles are curved. Now at that point, I'm not going to start saying, well, no, arguing about angle. I just left the conversation. Can't go any further than that now with this guy telling me all angles are curved. So I thought he was taking on board what I was saying and explaining about the trickery or the misleading information of how circumference was measured. But that was the reply I got. So I end it there. The guy obviously is a retard.
If angles are curved, guess what? It's not an angle anymore.
Yeah, you're done with him. If he's going into being aggressive or dismissive with his imaginary pseudo-geometry, we're done here. Those are the measurements, and have a beautiful day. The Earth's measured flat. Ooh. Yeah. To even be redundant about it, it's just measured flat. There's no convincing or debating or arguing.
It's not an
or
angle
any
anymore.
subjectivity. Yeah.
It's just not an angle anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, you're done there. Yeah. That's why at a point we've had a laugh. With terms like curvendicular or curve angles or bendizonal. It's like no, you don't have geometry. You're You're geometry and geography deniers. I'm done with you.
But at one point, you know, 12 months ago, maybe, or I was stuck on going on for half an hour, or even longer, with this guy about what an angle is. Trying to convince him, that an angle isn't curved; it's two straight lines. And then this would have went on for how long? And all that energy wasted. I've done it. Been there. I don't do it anymore.
And it's because it's sarcastic, but it's because you were at the threshold of that bridge building project that you were both involved in, weren't it? That you were having the conversation.
Well, obviously, yeah. That's what we. Where else would we be discussing what an angle is?
Well, definitely.
Well, he was a map maker, wasn't he? A cartographer or something?
Yeah, that's right. He was developing this new system of non-linear bent miles, right? Very important stuff that you were discussing.
It was surveying with rise over Bendizonal run.
Rise over the bend that's derived from the flat surface level. That's how bendy it is.
Yeah, the deviation coming after you measured it flat in the first place.
Well, all this does is contradict the low-value males' opinions in this regard, and their opinions, their verbalizations, are utterly inconsequential to the way that Earth functions. And these people think they have some input in the matter. They think they have some worth in the discussion. Like, if they talk about it, they are suddenly the arbiter of it. And it's like, no, your opinion doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you think one way about flat Earth measurements, or you defy them a different way, or you have a discussion with somebody who's a stupid flat earther. None of it matters anymore. It is inconsequential. It just will be measured flat by everyone always, no matter how we're discussing it. Saying that flurfs are wrong, okay. So does that change sea level? Did you measure sea level? Are you using this axiomatic principle? Are you measuring elevation angles? Are you measuring elevation? Are you flying a plane straight and level with the ground, measured from sea level? Are you doing any of these things? You're not. So you're just a dweeb. That's it. A dweeb fighting for a religious belief. That's it. And because your belief's being challenged, you want to exercise your what? Justified zealotry? It isn't. You can't justify it. So you'll project your pain onto the person that you say is wrong. It's like, well, are they measuring Earth? Are they making the maps? No, they're normally broadcasters and flat earthers. Like, these people aren't doing anything either. Oh, but they say they know it's flat. No, it is. And them saying they know it is, again, makes no difference. And they say that they know it's flat and then start talking about how globe-shaped it isn't. So they're not really flat earthers, are they? Let's be honest.
I was going to say, well said, Nathan. Yeah, I totally agree with everything you say, mate. But on the argument side, there is still some flat earthers who want to continue arguing. Even though they know it's measured flat, they want to argue about other things, like refraction and stuff like that.
Refraction, how 57 feet of it should be seen, and it's not seen.
Well, it's atmospheric refraction. It's not just refraction. It's atmospheric refraction, mate. Just like bends.
I mean, the quote of the day for me came from the pre-show.
Sorry.
I'm just saying the quote of the day for me come from the pre-show. Don't yell at me, yell at the tape measure. That's brilliant.
Yeah, yell at the tape measure, yell at the sextant, yell at the theodolite, yell at everything that measures Earth flat.
Yeah,
yell at us for?
You talk about the curval, Neil?
Yeah, the curval. It's got a new measuring device called the curval. Not level, the curval. But yeah, I popped on a couple of them. I forgot which one it was, what server it was, but they were talking about that atmospheric refraction and giving them it, and then how 57 feet could be obstructed by Earth curve, but it's not. I was seeing too far. And it's just like, whoa, I jumped in a time machine. I went back to 2015.
Well, it's interesting because I will state, everybody on here now will state how Earth is measured flat and give examples of sea level, celestial navigation, the sea level being the benchmark for all elevation profiles on Earth. So we can describe celestial navigation, latitude measurements. We can go through that and reference it. I was listening to someone. I was listening to someone before, like a glober, reviewing somebody's book, and his comment was, "There's nothing in here telling us how to prove Earth is flat. It's just trying to say you've got no proof of a globe." And that's correct.
Whoa, back up. Repeat that, please.
Yeah, there was a baller on YouTube reviewing a book, and he pointed out that there was nothing in this particular chapter, that is proving or a flat Earth. It's just, saying, where's your proof of a globe?
Oh, how freaking true that is.
But I think
like I said, there'll be the Great Globe debunkers, and there'll be us over here demonstrating that Earth is measured flat. Proving that Earth is flat.
Well, I think that's why Nathan's book's going to be fantastic, because I've read a few books, like, so-called flat Earth books, and they don't really go into the measurements of how it's measured flat. Nobody's done that yet, really, properly.
And Nathan's book will be the most stand out. Exactly, no.
Robotham doesn't talk about the measurements. Dubay doesn't talk about the measurements. The 200 proofs. This is not a globe. That alone tells you what it is.
Well, Globers have put themselves in a precarious position because basically when they say no, we're wrong, what they're saying is the information that we're saying is correct. Us interpreting it as the Earth being flat is incorrect. That's what they're saying. They're not saying celestial navigation isn't exactly as we've laid it out. They're just saying you can't say that means the Earth is flat. You can't say that an elevation angle is utilizing the Earth as a horizontal frame of reference. The ground is a horizontal frame of reference. You can't. That's not.
Yes, we can.
I mean,
if they can't, then they don't have a globe.
But when it comes to something the average level of sea level has been measured, but it was level to start with. So that was just levelness that we was given, that was here from creation, that we've used to then go forward and measure everything else from that baseline. Now, that's just a statement of fact. So I don't know where they're going.
And it needs no interpretation.
Yeah, it's just how it is in reality.
Sorry, I mean sea level.
See, that's their get out. Well, that's not how we interpret it. There's no interpretation. A measurement is a measurement. When you give a measurement, you don't have to interpret it. It speaks for itself.
When interpretation implies subjectivity. No, it's just what it is in reality.
Right. Something we can see in reality.
But when you talk about any measurements with, for navigation and mapping, you're using a reference point called sea level. It's a horizontal line on the map.
Which was given to us by the Creator.
Yeah, it was just there. We just had to deal with that. We didn't put it there. It was just there for us. And we thought, what can we do with this? I don't know what we can do with it. We're going to use this 0 degree baseline for all other measurements going forward.
Yep.
Even the globe measurements.
100. Nope. Yeah. 100. That's how it was created, and that's how we measure it. The Earth is flat.
And the Greeks all knew that.
And there's no if. If doesn't exist.
Yep.
Not agree, disagree, right?
Yeah,
Fact
nothing to
is a
argue
fact.
about.
Yeah,
Nothing to debate about.
You can't take a fact court. You use facts to prove that you're correct. And a measurement is a fact.
Yeah, it's a measurement. Not a calculation. It's not a formula. It's not an equation. It's a measurement.
Yeah, estimation, extrapolation, projection. Yeah, it's measured flat. The Earth is flat.
Well, you can make calculations, but the calculations have to adhere to the measurement. You don't calculate then measure. You measure first. Now, in my trade, we measure and then we calculate from there, so we don't got to continually drop a tape measure 200 feet, right? You calculate from there.
But yeah, if they're not occurring in reality with the measurement, then you
That's not correct.
and dismiss. Yeah, they're incorrect with the measurement. Yeah, you know where I'm going.
Then if it's not correct, the calculation, you got to measure again.
Yeah, the measurement is what it is in reality.
Yeah, the measurement is the fact. And like Refractor was telling me the other day, you don't put facts on trial. The fact is a fact.
Yeah, that's just what it is. What he's stating in reality. It doesn't need a defense attorney or a prosecution or a judge or a jury or an audience to consensus approve of it or any deliberation whether or not the case will come out this way or that way and what's going to be the verdict. No, it's just measured flat in reality.
Yeah, it's measured flat, from flat. You need the level flatness to start with to do any other measurements. And it's done from a 0 degree baseline called sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level.
I mean sea level, mate.
So when I say height from what?
Sea level.
Well, if you're measuring a mountain or a hill, it's from sea level. You just look at a map. It's on the map. It's got a 0 degree baseline, and everything above and below that is like, that's what you're measuring from, a horizontal 0 degree base of the surface of the Earth. Just look at a map. Just look at a map.
Height and distance, baby.
That bloody sea level. Bloody nightmare, that sea level, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, nightmare for those that oppose for some strange reason.
Well, level's not level.
That horizontal baseline. Yeah, I got our most determined detractor the other day. Yeah, trying to input, vertical baseline's this and curve angle that. It's like, no. It's perpendicular to the horizontal baseline of mean sea level, 90 degrees. Yeah, we're not measuring along the Earth, along upward in the sky. That's ridiculous for me to even state that what he was stating. No, the Earth's measured flat.
But as long as he said it in his own mind, the nonsense of all angles are curved and an elevation angle can have a curved baseline, as long as he said that to himself, that's fine. He's happy now. Because he said that he's convinced himself that you can have a curved angle in his own mind to keep his religion alive.
Yeah, and it's along the sky and upwards in the sky, and that's the base reference frame. Being redundant here. Yeah, in order to get along the Earth measurement. No, it's just measured flat along the ground. That's the necessary antecedent of how it was created. The Earth being measured flat, the Earth's flat.
We could argue about, axial rotation if you want. But you're going to need the measurement of the globe first for that, which you've not. Well, you have got a measurement of a globe, and it's a flat Earth measurement.
Oh, you mean an XYZ coordinate system that's derived from the horizontal baseline of the Earth being flat for you to even get that description of axial rotation? Yeah, I got you. Yeah, Earth's measured flat.
Yeah, and then you could talk about boats disappearing bottom up, from, the observer's height above sea level, 1.22 times the observer's height above sea level in feet. And then you could start arguing about, no, the distance of the horizon isn't there as a flat earther, talking about the distance to the horizon, where the horizon has never been defined as a fucking physical location. You've gone into heliocentric fucking mode yourself.
Oh, yeah. Then they'll get you wanting to have a debate over, how it's disappearing and how can that be on a flat Earth when you just gave the distance that was measured from our flat Earth. Have a great day.
Well, it's disappearing over a curve. Where did you measure your curve from? Well, we measured it from surface level parallel to eye level. Hello?
Yeah, the change of angular size from the horizontal plane of Earth.
Yes.
I still think we should hit people hard with the Black Swan. It might be one of the easiest ways to engage someone in what they may believe the horizon is.
I'm sort of like now, Eli. I'm like, well, we're going to talk about. We could do that a couple of ways, but I'd be saying, well, what is the horizon? Let's define what the horizon is. And it's just an apparent. It's not a location.
Right, and then once you say that, like that's the point in contention. It's like, well, you're saying it's apparent, and they're saying it's physical, even though they'll say no, we're saying it's apparent, but it's still what I don't care about that. That we're saying it's obviously it appears here. You change the optic, you change where the horizon appears. That's the whole point. And they think it's like some physical obstruction that blocks boats and buildings, and because if the Earth were flat, that wouldn't be the case. I just think that we should be highlighting that along the way. I know, we're talking about how Earth is measured flat. There's no unless we can, we just need to find demonstration in all these things. Why? Not why, because it's interesting. Think about prior to 2020. There were Globers everywhere going to the beach, sending us videos of observations. You know what happened after 2020? They've done everything they can to tell us why we shouldn't be talking about observation. So the conversation always becomes a conversation about talking about why we can't have observations over the water, instead of us just showing people, hey, look, clearly they've said this. This is what it is.
I mean, you could have that. I mean, if you're talking to a fucking anti-flat surfer, I wouldn't start talking about the fucking where the horizon is. I'll just say, define horizon. If my fucking daughter comes up to me and says something like, "Oh, saying about," I'd explain to her, well, this is what they say. That they say it's a physical location, and this photograph. I'd have that conversation with else, but. It's not a physical location to even argue about. There's no definition of it being a physical location. Unless
Yeah, I just
somebody's
give
got
the. Sorry, one day.
Sorry, mate. No, I'm about finished. Sorry, mate.
I appreciate you, mate. Yeah, I just give the 9.41 miles platform habitat and the 6.21 miles to platform hill house, horizontal distances, earth measured flat. Yeah, then you can go from there. Have a great day.
I like Dr. John Dees because, like, you know, for all the reasons that surface level people need, you have a PhD. You have somebody who's educated. You know, they went to college or whatever. Oh, also his degree is in optics or light or whatever. Okay, so he actually can be talking about this subject, and then, you know, he has this observation of these windmills, I think they are, and when it's what, low tide or high tide, whatever, whenever the water's low, you can see like the bottom of all of them. And then to add insult to injury, there's also like a little boat somewhere beyond those, and the horizon is beyond that. There's no talking your way out of that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You shouldn't even be getting into an argument about where the horizon is, because it's not a physical location. It's never been defined as a physical location.
Well, that's what we're showing. That's the point of the demonstration. It's not an argument, it's a demonstration.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not defined as a physical location, so why would you waste time trying to say it's not? It's not.
Yeah, it is.
That's not.
It is defined as a physical location. It's just not.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not defined as a physical location anyway.
Yeah, you look at the math and it's marked with an X. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's not a definition. That's heliocentric nonsense.
Well, I mean, if they say this means this, they're saying that it's defined as that. And the experience is no, it's not. But that's the point of the demonstration.
Well, I mean, people want to go down that road, but I think it's much easier. Like you say, you can't get a distance to the horizon because it's not physical. It's never been defined as that. So why would you want to start saying where the horizon is? It's not anywhere. And like for these black swan, you say, you know, if them fucking rigs are in the south, well, that's a cardinal direction, horizontal. There's a distance to them, which will be kilometers or miles, which is linear. And there's a height of the rigs above sea level. Sorry, I mean mean sea level. So that's all you fucking need to know.
Yeah, you just give them the measurements.
I didn't fucking... Sea level was just there to give me the height of the rigs. It's a level reference frame called fucking 0 degree baseline for all maps. And there's a distance to it, which is linear, which is a horizontal straight line distance. And there's a direction to them rigs, depending on which way you're facing. And that will be a cardinal fucking horizontal direction. You can check with a compass if you hold it horizontally parallel to fucking surface level.
Now you're talking.
Yeah, that's what we're giving.
There's a distance to it. That's right.
Yeah, I gave them. Yeah, and then one deck's bringing up the heights and the cardinal direction. Yeah, that's all from a flat Earth. Yeah, we didn't design it. That's just the way it is. Yeah, one deck, Elijah, Neil, Nathan, Adam, you know, Craig. Yeah, none of us created that. It's just the way it is. The Earth measured flat.
Yeah, it's not my fault the creator gave us a fucking sea level. He just decided to do that for us, so then we could go ahead from that point forward and measure elevation above it.
See, it's weird because I thought once you go to the beach and you observe the beach, you become a flat earther.
You still there, Elijah? You're breaking up.
Oh, I'm on. Let me go on mute.
Yeah, so all roads lead to a flat Earth. It's fucking measured flat, mate. Yeah, it was good. I was interested that because Toon was pointing out in the book, Nathan's first book, that these, there's no one. I can't remember his wording. But he was like, he's pointing out that these flat earthers never. They say it's flat, but they won't give you any flat Earth proof or evidence. They're just sort of saying it's not a globe. Where's your globe proof? And it can't be a globe. Yeah, but we can give you proof. You use the proof yourself when you use a map and a compass and you navigate when you're on an airplane.
Have you got pictures from space? Oh, no, that's not proof then.
Well, we're just dealing with measurements now, mate, not pictures or observations. It's just coming down to raw dated measurements. And we've had that for 2,000 years. Eratosthenes gives us that. The linear distance between the well and the vertical post from surface level, and an angle from the vertical post and the horizontal shadow of 7.2 degrees. He was measuring Earth flat also.
Well, yeah, and the Persians knew that with Al-Biruni as well.
Yeah, he got the height of a mountain using an elevation angle measuring tool, and then he used eye level and depression angles to dip corrections and things like that from horizontal surface baseline. They never mention curvature, do they? Strange. But why would they when they're not measuring curvature? You don't need to measure curvature. You don't need to mention curvature if you're not measuring it, do you? Because if you was measuring curvature, you'd obviously be mentioning it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous to have an ongoing search of something that's non-existent. No, it's just measured flat. It's measured flat.
Yeah, Eratosthenes calculated it. What's up with you? That's what you get. Yeah, he did calculate it. You're correct. Well done for spotting that. He didn't measure it though, did he?
Yeah, an elevation angle measured from Siang to Alexandria from the celestial item of the sun. Yeah, measuring the Earth flat.
Well, I was asking. Well, I went into a bit of curve. I went into a bit of globe thing, but I was asking somebody. Well, forget the 2,000 year ago measurements. When was your supposed globe? It must be measured frequently. You must have some data on that. They must want to know if them poles, your so-called poles, are getting a bit flatter and the swelling of the globe at the centre is getting a little bit more, oblate. So it must be measured, with all the technology you've supposedly got observing this. How often is it measured nowadays in 2026? Can you send me the PDF of that, please? Anyway, he sent me, I can't remember it was a so-called satellite stat fucking Summit 3. So I went into, I got dragged in a bit. I Googled it, and this particular so-called high altitude observation thing in the sky, what he mentioned is measuring the circumference of Earth, is just taking radar pictures of the Earth for mapping, using points from point to point and distances between them points. So I kept on at that and that and that, and I just kept on, send me the documentation. I want to know when the last time your circumference was measured of this globe you're telling me you've got. And there's nothing there. I've not heard of the guy since. I mean, he was on me quite a while. It was Professor Phil, to tell you the truth. Now, I've not heard of him for about 6 days now. I don't know. I don't know if he's still about or he's just like thinking I can't give one deck what he's asking for because it doesn't exist. Or I don't know if it's any worse than that.
Yeah. Having you caught up in a merry-go-round for an ongoing search for something that doesn't exist. Like, no, we're done here.
I don't like going down them conversations anymore. Like, if you did have a globe, it'd be being measured. They'd be keeping an eye on is the globe getting bigger? Is there a problem with it? We've got technology. Is the circumference still the same circumference? We need to measure it on a regular basis. We need to documentate it and put in a document how we've done it. There's nothing like that except for Eratosthenes 2,000 years ago using a stick and a shadow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the laughing moment I would have as well throughout the chats. I gave the celestial navigation step by step with a sextant elevation angle, and I'd be asking them, where's their curval, where's their curve leveler, and where's their gravity container. Can you pick me one up from the engineering supply store in Home Depot, please? And I'd just be laughing because, it'd be just crickets. So the Earth's measured flat. Get out of here. Have a great day.
Well, when at sea using it's less navigation, you're using this. You are utilizing the levelness of the ocean or the elevation angle measurement. I mean, I'm not fucking making that up. That's what happens.
Yeah, it's just what it is, mate. Yeah. And I keep at points with certain individuals that I'd keep getting into the chat and the replay. The dingleberry earth nonsense and the angles from hell. And I'd just be laughing. So it's measured flat.
Anybody see that bitch Jin in their journeys on other servers?
Yeah.
No.
When this is not on, Lord bless, that pops up in my feed. Yeah.
Little bitch, because he can't handle what the scientific method is, because of his belief system. He becomes scumbag.
No, Jin's happy with Nathan's first book because you can hold it under your armpit and then go and argue with people and get to page 33 and argue about the scientific method, not a measurements of Earth. You can go and argue about what the scientific method is. Yeah, or Coriolis. You can have an argument.
He actually said, I don't need to buy a copy. I know everything. And I just realized that's why you don't want to buy a copy, because freaking he's going to get to the side. At least you know you're going to get that right from there, the scientific method. But what does that have to do with Flat Earth, One Deck?
Nothing at all, mate. Nothing at all.
It was a good distraction.
The only thing to do with Earth shape or measurement is fucking measurement. And we use sea level for all measurements.
Right. So they had us like we were science deniers, but it was actually they were geography deniers. Exactly, so they wrapped it up. Neil. They did it clever.
Nathan's right. I mean, we're having a few. I've had a few chats with a few, but I'm being nice. Like I said, with the curved angle guy, I was being nice, just explaining the story. I thought he appeared to be all right. On first, conversation with him. So I was just pointing out nicely that what happened, and then it's though all angles are curved. So I'm dealing with a fucking idiot then. Bye bye. See you later. And that was it. But you know, it is, but it
Yeah,
is,
but when you set him straight,
yeah, but it's nice
he
to.
decided to delete your message.
Well, it
Why
wasn't
is
him.
that?
Yeah, but that was him. That was a map guy. But the other guy was talking to about the curved angles. That was somebody else. But what I'm saying is, I wasn't trying to sniff my own farts or blow my own trumpet. I was just got into a conversation. I thought, right, Alex, I'll try to explain this as it is, the truth. Yeah, and it got to that point that all angles are curved, and I ended it. Yeah, so. I'm not going on and on and on. I'm not going out my way to try and force this down people's necks, but it is satisfying in a way. I don't know if that's the right word. That when you can explain these things like that to somebody.
Actually, he ended it when he said all angles are curved. He basically ended the conversation.
Yeah, well, he did, because he's got the globe belief that he's that type of person. He was a anti-flat earther or a glober then. But if it was somebody legitimate, they would have understood what I was saying about the distance, linear, the angle measurement, elevation angle measurement to the sun from surface level. You know, I was just pointing out facts. It was a statement of fact. So, and it's nice now to be able to do that without arguing. So when you get somebody who's after an argument, just end it. That's what Nathan was saying earlier. Just walk away. These, toxic people. If it's a toxic person, you walk away. If it's a person with interest, legitimate interest, then, explain to them the truth. If they're interested and they want to, gain the information, the knowledge.
Yeah, they're honorable. You have a legit conversation. They're toxic. Bye-bye.
Yeah. But yeah. And there's some people who generally get confused like that. That's why I wrote the sea level poem that time, because my mate was saying, well, it's not level. It's not level. So we're going to get into an argument now, John, about what level is. Do you want to go down there or what? Well, it's mean sea level. Yeah, that's an average level. Yeah, but it's mean. It doesn't mean it's level. So in his mind, he was having a really bad psychological situation with himself, thinking because it's an average level, it must mean it's fucking curved. In his mind, and I know the guy, and I could see his brain having an argument with himself, and he was real, and he is quite an intelligent guy, to tell you the truth, in one aspect. But I could see his brain going, well, it can't be. It's got to be curved because we live on a globe.
Okay, so then why wouldn't it be called mean sea curval?
Well, this is what I was trying to explain. Because it was mean sea level. It's not definitely level. It's sort of level, but it's curved at the same time. I said, right, John, we're going to end the conversation because we're going to get into an argument. Well, not an argument, because there's no fucking argument, John. You're going to be telling me level's fucking curved, and that will make you a fucking retard, basically.
Well, yeah, it's absolutely laughable. Want to integrate all sort of other nonsense and to make believe that it's somehow not level is being level. Stupid things like Zanuck used to say, straight is straight and level is curved. That's asinine. No, level's level.
Yeah, but back in them days, now you'd start going on level definitions, curve definitions. You show me a curve level. Level's not curve definition. This definition, that citation. This citation. You fucking wallow off into an hour or 2 hours worth of talking about is level or is level fucking curved.
Yeah, we came along and we just knocked off hours upon hours of nonsensical arguments. We just knocked it right out. Not us, collectively as a group, like as we went through this journey, our journey, FED journey, and the 10th man coming with freaking celestial navigation. When he was giving his marching orders, the General Jerkoff gave him his marching orders. Meanwhile, we know that's not true. But anyway, regardless of what General Jerkoff said, 10th man investigated and started leaking it out to us, right? Started leaking it out to us what celestial navigation was actually demonstrating that the Earth is flat, right? Then John comes along and talks about the measurements and horizontal planes of reference, how you can't do anything. It requires a horizontal plane of reference, everything. And
Neil,
now we're in a
who was-
position where we're
Neil,
sitting pretty.
Who was that guy in the early days who I think he stated the globe was flat and it was measured like that? I can't forget his name now. Who
That was that guy Neil, and then one that wrote a poem. Yeah, there was some guy, Nathan, saying that you can't say the globe is measured flat. I was like, why can't I?
He's come round to it now.
Oh, he's coming around, yeah.
He's coming around to that now because the globe is measured flat. Without a doubt.
How do you like my new name, General Jerkoff?
It's all right, yeah.
Who dubbed you that, Neil?
I came right off the top of my head.
Oh, snap.
And he really believes it to General Jerkoff when he says, I gave Pentis marching orders. Pentis just a humble man that said, let him say whatever he wants. I know what happened. I know what the truth is. And I'm like, no, but you can't just let him, just leave him alone. That's the way 10th is.
Yeah, 10th has the point. Just shake the dust off your feet.
Yeah, but if you remember those shows, those pre-shows, man, we were gobbling that stuff up. When he broke down the circles of equal altitude, I was like, oh my goodness, that's a lot of flat.
It was good 10th though, but I remember some shows. No, I'm just some shows. I've even said it. Like you're thinking, it'd just be like, I've got another slide. And you fucking on the fucking slide. How many fucking slides have you got there, mate? Like, let's have a fucking break from this fucking celestial navigation and elevation angles, please. But he was hounding it, wasn't he? He was like, no, Nathan, I've passed the B, get the fucking slide up. And yeah, that's what we did. We drilled it down. Great celestial navigation. The sea sextant's fucking awesome. Once you know sea level is level, right, and it's a horizontal fucking baseline for all measurements on Earth, once you know that fucking, without a doubt, 100% for sure, there's nothing else to fucking say. And then once you know that the marine sextant is using that fucking 0 degree baseline for its elevation angle, yeah, which is the radius of the circle of equal altitude, yeah, then you tie them two things together, and that's all you need. And you know it's the fucking truth.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing.
You can say with 100% confidence. You're not thinking, oh, someone might have a fucking rebuttal about this sea level being the 0 degree baseline for all mapping on Earth, and the distance between 90 degree and 0 degree at sea level from Polaris for latitude measurements. Somebody might be able to fucking prove that wrong. No, they can't, because that's how it's fucking measured.
Yeah, it's wonderful things like not dying at sea with points of fixation and circles of equal altitude and the elevation angles measured from our flat Earth from it, and not crashing a plane and all those wonderful things, and buildings being built properly so they don't collapse, those beautiful things, so you don't die.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my, it looks like I'm getting messages on my phone again.
Oh bloody hell.
Dear.
Oh, are you going to share with us the next creepy stalker that you get?
This is the creepy one because I don't know who this one is. This is one of the other ones. Area code's 240. He's the one that sent me a copy of of General Jerkoff's book. Hold on.
Well, read it.
Let me get it off speaker. All right, he gave me General Jerkoff's book, right? But this guy's saying that oh, one other thing. Here's a message from Phil Bell. This is Phil Bell himself. Hello, everyone. St. Peter and Satan both said no bloody way. So I'm back for a while. Yet, Slurps will be disappointed. No, actually, Phil, we're not. You interjected in our conversation. But everybody does die. You know, it is a fact. I mean, it's part of life, death. But anyway, this guy says, hey, Neil. And he spells my name Kneel. Pretty clever. I have bad news for you and your FED leader. Phil survived his life-threatening cancer surgery. That's good news. What do you mean? And good job trying to justify your master's actions by claiming he didn't know Phil had cancer. He didn't, and neither did I. He knows now, and he said this today. Hopefully sooner rather than later, I spit on your grave. Yeah, he did say that. Meanwhile, things are looking up for me. Why don't you talk to your priest and see if your undying support for this piece of shit makes you a good Christian? Or maybe we should just contact him because we know who he is.
Did you say looking up then?
Huh? Oh, yeah, things are looking up.
One deck, that's where I'm going.
He's going to need a horizontal plane of reference to look up. So, Phil, even in your freaking...
Ding, ding, ding.
Go ahead.
No, he's just giving it a good bell, mate, yeah? Go on, mate.
Now I'm driving. You guys go ahead.
Yeah, you're going to require a starter for that up, which is how it's measured.
That's why Phil's been in hospital. That explains why he's not been able to provide me with his the most recent 2006 measurement of the circumference of the globe Earth, and who measured it and what instruments or equipment measured it. That's I thought he might have been gone missing for some reason. He may reply now. Maybe you ask him, Neil. Has he got the latest? Is it how often is it measured that this circumference that he claims? It must be a regular measurement that they take just for for safety and see how the Earth's doing, the globe Earth.
That's a good question.
Just that's it. So you've not. Say Rondex said you've not replied to the most recent yearly circumference measurement, which will be documented.
See, here's the thing. We're not going there. We don't go to gyms. We don't go to any baller servers. They're interjecting themselves into our little conversations. We get together. Look, what are we doing now? We're talking about how Earth is measured flat and having a good old time. And I got this prick sending me a message, not even to we're part of Discord, so we're part of the internet thing. Not even sending it to my DM, sending it to my phone. Now that is straight up harassment.
Neil, he's just got out of hospital. He's got over his the cancer treatment. Obviously the first thing on his mind is, I'm going to have to text Neil about this situation. That obviously will be the first thing on your mind. I've been taking my dad to hospital for treatment, and then last week he just finished some targeted radiotherapy. And when I picked him up and he was coming out the car park in his wheelchair, he said to me, "Son,
just wanted to let I'm doing that this conversation."
Okay. Oh, for God's sake! Sorry, guys, to subuse your name in vain.
Yeah, it's so much. I mean, yeah, the first thing on my mind is to let my good buddy Neil know that I'm doing better now, and I'm looking up from a flat Earth.
Just got out. I'm looking up from the horizontal plane I'm standing on, vertically, perpendicular.
Brighter days are coming.
Meanwhile, the guy's got a Mercedes. Voted because he thinks he moved satellites around on his computer, you know? So he made good money in his life. And, you know, me and Nathan are driving around pieces of shits. He's talking about his car clanging. Mine's allowed to clang. And I got no air conditioning. So now I got to drive with windows open. You should probably hear in the wind as I'm driving. But our happiness is not based on money.
Yeah, speaking of breaking up, Neil.
What was
Adam?
that?
You were breaking up. Go ahead, Adam.
Oh, you got me now?
What was funny though,
I'm in a bad area. Hold on.
When the mapping guy that we talked about before, when I replied to response, I just did a search on the is south I typed in, is south a horizontal direction? This was the first when I first replied, and that was the reply I got that I first put in yesterday, I think it was. And then I've looked today, and that was gone and deleted, like we spoke about earlier. We know all that. So I thought, well, I'll just put it in again. So I typed the same thing in, is south a horizontal direction? And I got a bit of a, not exactly the same answer. It referred, this time it referred to the poles where it didn't in the first instance, the day before. So I had to, you can call it fucking cherry picking if you want, but I just did a couple of other searches and changed the question, because I did, it was the same thing I put in, is south a horizontal direction? It wasn't the same the day after. They'd mentioned poles the day after. So I had to put, I can't remember, I put a different word in but for the same question, and that was the one I put in today, which Neil read out earlier, which was, he did refine it better to how it was the previous day. But I thought, that's strange. Fucking Google must be onto me.
You see? You see, here's where they forget. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
They forget all the times they told Nathan to drop dead, drink bleach, don't procreate, jump off a building. Now, Nathan was not an old man getting ready to go to the grave. A young man in his 30s at the time, I think, when he started the show.
You're trying to say he's an old man now?
Just track of that. No, but I'm saying they were telling him to die when he still had a lot of life left in him. So, you know, they could do, but they could dish it out, but they can't take it. Right? When it gets thrown back at them.
Yeah, but when you're getting a messages, I'd just be replying with, well, you know, I wouldn't even don't reply at all. Just walk away, like Nathan said earlier, and what Jesus tells us to do. But don't address the point. Just say, well, regardless of Phil's condition and how long he's got left to live, Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, and arguments like that, yeah, no matter how you come, you just walk away from them. The guy's got a question, he's going to ask nicely. You treat him accordingly. But when you send messages to my phone number, my personal phone number, I don't have Nathan's phone number. I don't have your phone number. I contact you guys through freaking Discord or Teams. All right? Now, they're harassing me. I feel threatened. I'm scared.
Well, that's what they're trying to do to you. That's what they're trying to do. They've that's the road they're going round down. We've got your number. We can get a hold of you, and we're going to just, some people probably would. Some other person might get worried about that, Neil.
Can anybody do a quick postal? Is that search?
You're breaking up, mate.
That's Connor or something.
You're breaking up, mate.
What area code is 240?
I don't know, mate. I only know 0161.
He must have accidentally hung up on him, like a good friend, supposedly from the other creepy stalker that's egregiously getting a hold of you now. I don't know why McTusinees just can't be at peace that the Earth's measured flat, but that's just the way it is.
Yes, so we get it. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You get it on both ends. You get it from these guys.
Faintly.
Texted my freaking home phone number, screaming and shouting, upset because Nathan said those things about Phil when Phil just put himself in our conversation. Right? They never told anybody to drop dead. They didn't tell Nathan to drink beats. So you get it from that end. Then you got to hear it from your own end. From piece of shits like Jin. Got to hear him cucking it up.
Neil, what area code again?
240. Yeah, I might as well get it out.
The thing with Jim was, Jim was one of them.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, Jim was one of them. Jim wanted the argument to continue. That's what he wants. That's what he wants. He wants the argument. He's a flat earther who wants the argument to continue. You can still talk about
Hold on, does Chocolate want the argument to continue?
I don't know.
Might as well call everybody out. Very disappointing, Chocolate. Broke my heart. You broke my heart.
I think you said 240, was it? That's Maryland.
Maryland.
West Maryland.
Yeah, I keep losing reception. I gotta come back in when I get home.
Yeah, you need a better area. Faintly hearing you, Neil.
Yeah, it's like I said before. I'm glad I'm at the point now where I'm not. Because I have argued, but now I don't have to argue about nonsense. I can just fucking mention sea level. It's fucking all over. Go look at a map.
I like showing people elevation profiles. I feel like that's very simple and straightforward.
Yeah. Sea level. Sorry, I mean, sea level. I mean, sea level is the 0 degree baseline for all elevation profiles on Earth. We was given the levelness to start with from the Creator. He gave us levelness. So there you go, guys. I'm going to give you some levelness, and from there, you're going to measure from that now, as humans, all elevation profiles. Start with a level baseline.
And all they can say is you're interpreting it wrong. And so the measurements, the elevation profile, the heights are incorrect. It's all they have. Correct, but you're interpreting it wrong. It's still curving, even though it shows that it's not curving.
I mean, level. We all know what fucking level is. It's like
What's
the guy.
going on?
That's why I was trying to tell the guy the other day about and I got, well, all fucking angles are curved. I thought, I can't go on with this conversation anymore. And like you say, when we start talking like 2020 with the Black Swan and all that, which is great, but like you say, now you can just say, this is how we've progressed, where you can say, why am I fucking arguing about something that's not physical? Never been physical. Man, I'm trying to show you that it's here and it's there, and it's not physical. And the distance to the rigs is fucking in a southerly direction, which is horizontal. It's got a linear mileage or kilometre distance to the rig, and it's got a height above sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level.
Yep, so, the measurements you and I brought up before. Yep, you're done.
And I'm not just saying that. I'm not like picking anything out there, but I'm just saying like that's just to point out progression, where you used to argue fucking for how long about something that you shouldn't even be arguing. You're going into a heliocentric model to argue about a physical thing that isn't physical. Pull yourself back out of that, because you shouldn't be going there. You don't need to go there.
So yeah, it's not. I don't like to even debate it or argue it. It's better just to find people that are willing to have the conversation and talk to them. There's no point of debating with people that are just anti-flat earthers.
No, it's not a debate, is it? I mean, we're saying it's not a debate. It isn't a debate, but it wasn't a debate anyway. Yeah, it's never been a debate.
Right.
Even the definition of a debate's usually, some two different viewpoints on something. Say, the college walls should be painted blue or red, or the furniture, blah 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 blah, and someone gives a viewpoint on that to the pupils or the people who are involved with the situation, and somebody else gives their point of view on that, and then a vote is we have a vote on this, and then the vote wins. That's the debate is won by the vote. You can't vote. I mean, if something's measured, you can't vote. Well, it was that measured or not measured?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Well, if it was measured, it was measured. We can't debate the measurement because that's what we measured. There might have been some calculations and mathematical wizardry afterwards, but it was a measurement in the first instance, definitely. And it was probably taken from sea level.
Yeah, I have brought that up. I would tell my friend, let's debate how tall you are.
Oh yeah, your own personal height from a flat floor to a horizontal datum of the crown of your head. Yeah, you are measured from the horizontal plane. You're 180 centimeters. You're 6 feet tall. Yeah, measured from a flat floor. Being redundant with the flat floor.
I just had to send my dog to the vets before because I've got a little cockapoo dog, and he's only 3, but he's been sound. But he's a bit anxious. Like his anxiety's gone through the roof. I don't know why. I've got
He probably still thinks he's on a globe.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's always had a thing about little kids, like little people. I don't know why. Not in a vicious way, but if we walk past a school and he's like infants coming out of school at school time, he'll fucking wants to cross over the road and he'll hide behind my leg or something like that, and he shakes. So I'm trying to address that. And then, but over last year, we had the grandchildren arrived. Now they're now just over 1. That was a year ago, and one's nearly 1 now. So they're both just over 1. So when they come round, right, and they've been coming around and they started crawling. So they're crawling around the room pretty fast now. One of them's walking, and when they go towards the dog, he growls. Yeah, he feels and he doesn't like it. So it's a fucking big mission when the kids come round, because obviously we don't want the kids to be bitten, and I'm like keeping an eye on him and I'd give him a safe place in the other room and tried all sorts. I've got him some little natural calming tablets. But now my partner, who's always sort of looked after him, and she brushes him and grooms him as much as she can, he's growling at her now when she goes to just what she's always done, like brush him through or give him a bit of a trim. And then he does go, I think, now and again she takes him up to a friend of hers who does the dog cuts, which she's took him there for a while. She phoned us up, the other mum said, you have to come and get him. He's growling and like snarling. So I don't know what's going on with him. So I've had to take him I had to take him to the vet to just make sure there's no painful situations or whatever. So didn't do it. I don't know how I even brought
with a dog. You got a toddler for life. As long as the dog lives, you got a toddler. My guy's got like a huge freaking growth on his leg, starting to freaking bleed. I can't take him to the vet. I have to freaking money to take him to the vet. What am I gonna do? It's 14. That's it. This dog will be the last dog I get. That's it. I was tricked into it because it was Christmas. Let's surprise them. They swear they'll walk the dog. They'll take care of the dog. After 2 weeks, who was walking the dog? Who was feeding the dog?
You.
Me. Who was bathing the dog because he stinks?
You.
I got a pug dog that freaking, you give him a bath, 2 days later, he freaking stinks. But I got to bathe him. That's it. No more. Done. When this dog goes, there will be no other dogs in Nigel Cosentino's life. I mean, Nigel Soprano's life.
You dog hater.
I mean, I know what you mean, Neil,
dogs.
but we said that after our last dog, and we've got a new dog. Great Pyrenees, but it's hard not having a dog. So.
Listen, here's the thing. This is where it bothers me. I don't know if the dogs, I can't take care of them properly, and that's not fair to the dog. Financially, I don't have the money to take him to a vet. All right? So is it fair to the dog?
If you want a little bit of advice and you want to treat his sore, use hydrogen peroxide. We use it all the time. It works.
It's not a sore. It's a big freaking growth on his leg. It's probably cancerous.
It doesn't matter. I mean, if it's it probably is, but if it's bleeding, it will give him comfort, honestly.
Yeah, it's got like, you can tell it's like red. And like when he sits on his freaking bed, he's leaving like red, like clear fluid or red. Whatever, I don't want to get into this conversation. But yeah, it sucks. Peroxide, you say? I'll take that advice on board. Now, back to
hydrogen peroxide, yeah. I mean, doctors in Canada swear by it, or depending on the old doctors do, the young doctors don't. But, just take it as you want. I mean, we use it. It works.
Yeah, somebody was telling me put Neosporin on it.
Neil.
I don't know. Yo.
What up?
Who's that?
You know who the hell this is, man. The hell?
No, I don't, because I don't know who you are anymore. You broke my heart, Chocolate. There's to it. There was one line to draw here. You knew the situation. I just can't see it. I can't see it. I can't see how anybody could go over there and laugh like nothing's fucking happened, Chocolate. Something did happen.
What do you think? I'm pretending like something didn't happen?
It's on you, Chalk. Me, as far as I'm concerned, whoever is with them, I just cancel them out. So, sorry, but that's just the way it is.
I understand that, but like...
I got nothing to say to you.
Who said I'm with them?
What are you talking about? Somebody sent me a clip of you being on their show.
Yeah.
Laughing and joking like fucking Riley, like nothing's happened. Did you fucking address them? Did you fucking tell him, use the scumbags, what you did was fucking wrong? Because I'll play you the tapes, Chocolate, from what was originally said and what was done. Or did they dupe you with, it's all my information? And Nathan wasn't going to acknowledge us.
I don't need tapes played. I was there. I know what I said. I know what was said. I don't need tapes played. Listen, I understand how you feel, and you're allowed to feel that way if that's really how you feel. I haven't put a line in the sand, right? There's still respect I have for them, just like there's still respect.
See, that's the whole thing, Chocolate. How the fuck can you have respect for somebody that fucking knifed Nathan in the back like that, left him out there to fucking fend for himself? Him and his wife had to fucking put together fucking tapes because that prick thinks all the arguments are his. And all the stuff was his when everything was developed on Flat Earth Debate. You know that. You were there before I was there.
Yeah, I know. And I'm not defending that in any way, shape, or form. Right? I'm not standing on their side after doing what they did.
You're not calling it out, Chocolate, and you're in the fucking room with them. Stop the shit. Look, I ain't got fucking time for you. I'm out of here. When you're in, I'm out.
All right, well, I'm sorry that's how you feel.
Meanwhile,
and if anybody else feels that way, I mean that's obviously that's your prerogative to feel that way. I mean, we're all grown. We go where we go. We do what we do. I didn't go over there and disparage anybody over here. I'm still here, obviously. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. And if the host of the show doesn't like me, that I'm here, then he and I can have it out. You know what I mean? I have no problems with that.
How would you feel about the way they released the book in spite the same time that Nathan said he was going to release his?
And other than that and all the drama, it's good to hear you guys.
I don't know if you heard me question that, Chocolate.
No, I'm sorry. I was flipping back and forth between speaker and Bluetooth, so I didn't hear it. What's up?
I was just asking how do you feel about the way they launched that without any promo, just chucking it out at the same time Nathan said he was going to have his out. I think that's a bit, well, it's incredibly spiteful. There's no other way to describe it, really.
Well, if that was done purposely, then I don't know. I slightly do have a problem with that, but because I didn't know that was the case, because I was told afterwards that was the case, because I had no idea when Nathan was going to drop his, because I hadn't been on here for a couple of weeks. So a lot of the stuff, I didn't really know what was going on. And I didn't know they were dropping their shit either. I actually saw them live, and I was just like, let me go say what's up, see what's going on. That was
yeah, that's fair.
And then I showed up, and then it was all this fanfare about the book. So I wasn't aware of that.
But yeah, Nathan's been saying for a while that he's aiming for Easter. So they've heard somehow and decided to chuck theirs out then, which you can only see it as in spite, which is pretty shitty.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I didn't really like that when I heard it, to be honest. But obviously, that's it's kind of a shitty thing to do. But what can I do about it? Not knowing about that, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, when I showed up there, I didn't know what the hell was going on. I'm not trying to play innocent. I literally didn't know what's going on. I'm at work all day. I see they were live. I'm like, all right, I'm bored and I have time. So I went on. So it's only afterwards I found out that that's when Nathan was supposed to drop his book and yada, yada, yada. So I didn't know any of that. And I was disappointed to hear it, to be honest with you. And I haven't been there since, so I haven't spoken to them. So, that's kind of where I stand. I do agree. It's kind of a shitty thing to do. I'm sorry that Nathan's shit got pushed back and all that because, some might not like it, but I want everyone to succeed. I know people are going to have feelings about that, but, to me, like, with this, this is like family type shit to me. You know what I mean? Like, other than Nathan, I'm the longest one that's been on this panel. The only ones that were here before me were Arwen and Sleeping Warrior, and they're not here anymore. You know what I mean? So this has been a while for me. So I don't know. I'm twisted in some ways, but that's where I am. Not sure if that answered your question for you. I probably answered it a little bit. But
No, that was sound. Can't complain with that. But you do what you do. You're all free to do whatever. But yeah, I'm grafting at the moment, so I can't really talk much. I'm having to stop me more.
yeah, no worries.
Yeah, it was really cool, Len, when we were going through the McDowell, spit it out here, McDoubtfire stuff. Yeah, you could poke that again. Start to be here as well. That'd be awesome.
You say McDoubtfire?
Yeah, you have to see, Chalk, you have to see the anti-flirt troll stuff. Yeah, that's been deterred a bit from what's going on in his life. But yeah, you see it. It's ace.
I was just working on a section last night.
Sorry.
If you are still about when I've finished work, I'll show you some bits and pieces that I've been pissing about with. But I am trying to be proactive with that again.
Yeah, it was quite ace. It was enjoyable. Yeah, you have a moment before I go off to my beloved job interviews and stuff too. That'd be awesome. Yeah, you're there, Chocolate. It's ace.
Is it a video or something? Something I gotta watch? Or something I can find somewhere?
Yeah, it's through one of Len's channels in creativity, demonstrating our beloved counterpart and what he's going through. It's awesome. And how he comes to the part that they are measured flat.
After this little convo, I'm going to have to go back to graft. But yeah, Chocolate, the channel is the Anti-Flurf Troll. And there's one episode up at the moment of Nicktoons' Descent into Madness. It's a little bit of a series idea that I've came up with, but there's only one episode there at the moment.
The Anti-Flurf Troll. I can find that on YouTube?
Yeah.
Hold on. Got it. Nicktoons Descent into Madness. Oh, I'm gonna watch this when I'm off this call.
Yeah, the one with Dave McKeegan's hilarious with the whipped cream. That was rolling on the floor 1, 2.
All right, good looking out. I will check this out. Whose channel? This is your channel? Or is this some random person, or this belongs to you?
Len, you there? Are you there? Yeah, it's coming from him, Jock.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. Yes, sorry, I'm currently on trying to finish off cutting the fucking lawn at the moment. Anti-Flurf Troll. But if anyone's got any input, feel free to give it if you can think of funny scenes or bits that you'd like to see them. I just want ideas to work on.
But yeah, start with the things we were going over before, and just you having a moment to input it into the videos. Yeah, I see all the work you have with all that beautiful estate there. But yeah, it's ace. You have a moment to get back to it. Yeah, is that where we are, guys? Onto our work and our task.
So did I hear correctly earlier, or the retards, are they back to like porn bombing and shit? Like, are we back to that? Did we regress like 10 years? Say it isn't so.
Which part are you bringing up, Chocolate?
The porn bombing, is that are they back to that? Like, really?
Yeah, that brings up to the petulant children part that I brought up earlier.
Life is a cycle, man. It's funny. When they started out, that's how they started out, doing dumb shit like that. So it's funny how their argumentation has come circled around back to that. Oh boy.
Yeah. Petty little ill-tempered, delusional nonsense. Well, therefore, it's still a globe. No,
Oh,
there's
it must
measure.
be.
Same old grasping for straws while you're drowning.
Very telling. It was very telling from the beginning. Now it's just like blatant. Like you guys really have no argument for this. There was no argument. Not an argument. Now you're mad that it's not an argument. You used to want to argue. Your point used to be it wasn't an argument. Now that we're like, nah, it's measure flat. It's not an argument. No, now you're mad. It's an argument. It's not an argument. It's the fucking silliest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, they feed off of that. It being some fallacious wrangle-dangle when it's just really simple. The Earth's measured flat. It's the way God created it. The horizontal plane in which we measure. Where is it? Slow down, Christian.
Yes, that's correct.
What's correct?
Nathan?
I agree with the sentiment of the current conversation.
How are you doing, mate?
So Nathan, my buddy Neil over there is not very happy with me. What do you have? What are your feelings on his feelings on me going somewhere?
I'm not your mum.
On him
Yeah, I
going
know.
over to the other side and tucking it up with the scumbags like nothing fucking happened. Selling out for a fucking partner book. Either a blood or you're a fucking crip.
Oh, I sold out. How did I sell out? By existing? What did I do? Did I put myself in their book? Is that what I did now? Did I do that?
You couldn't see what they were doing to address it? That'd have pissed me the fuck off if they would have did that to me. Put my name in that fucking thing. They are fucking thieves. There's no sugarcoating it. Look, I can't believe I gotta fucking lay this out for you. Holy shit!
You think you have to lay it out for me? First of all, you think I didn't know that you would have this feeling about me going there? Which is why I'm
You would
addressing it
know
now.
the minute you fucking went in the room. The first time I was like, ah, fuck it. He went in there, he's undecided. I don't understand why, but fuck it. Then you're fucking going again, and just like nothing's fucking happened. You can't get by what happened. You can't just close
Nobody's trying
your eyes and say, all
to
right,
get
this
by it.
didn't happen. But fuck it, guys. Everything's cool. I'll laugh with you over here, and I'll fucking cry with Nathan over there. The fuck is that? That's no integrity, man. I expected more from you. I fucking did.
Who's crying?
Excuse me. Broke my
Who's
fucking
crying
heart,
though?
man.
Well, I'm sorry about that because obviously I consider you to be one of my brothers, and I'm sorry you disagree with my actions. But I did what I did. I already explained that I didn't know exactly what was going on. I just showed up. Now, if you're saying I should have showed up and just blown up in their faces and just told them to go fuck themselves, well, I didn't show up for that. Feel me? That wasn't my intention to go over there. And I didn't go over there and disparage anybody over here.
I didn't say that.
Said a
I
bad
never
thing
did.
about
When they
Nathan.
called me, hold on. When they called me, I didn't blow up in their faces. I said it straight. What they were doing was fucking wrong. Dead wrong. And they were drawing a line, and they're going to cause people to freaking choose, and friendships are going to be broken over this. That wasn't the fucking agreement. When you asked for acknowledgement, he gave it to you. Fucking Adam wrote his own acknowledgement. Then they wanted fucking more. The bottom line is they wanted it from the fucking beginning, but they didn't have the balls to ask Nathan because he would have said no. You never addressed it. You never pulled them up on it, Chocolate, and that's what I'm mad about. I haven't heard you pull them up on it.
Well, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it, especially the little thing about them dropping on the same day Nathan was supposed to drop. I didn't know about that.
No,
And
Nathan
again,
wasn't dropping that day. His plan
not trying
was
to make
the
excuses
goal.
because I don't need that.
Hold on, that wasn't it. The goal was there was a set date for Easter. It wasn't dropping the book. That was the date they figured they'd have everything done. And if it came out then, it came out then. But they were well aware of that. And as soon as Nathan didn't come out with his, they fucking dropped theirs. It's a smack in the face. And when I brought it to Brian's attention, he didn't say, nah, that's just the way it worked out. He said, well, you think Nathan's the victim? Nathan's a fucking perpetrator. That's what I got back. So it was well devised and well planned.
Okay, well, again, found out about all of that after the fact and haven't been there since to address it. You know what I mean? Again, didn't know what the hell was going on. I saw them live. I said, all right, I'm going to go on because they're live. And I had time because it was later in the afternoon. Right? So
You know,
I
I tried to
understand.
go in there. They wouldn't let me in. I tried to go in there live, and I wasn't allowed in. One deck went to go in there live when all this shit first happened, and they wouldn't allow him in.
Why they wouldn't allow
They
him?
allowed you in. So you had the perfect opportunity to address them to the face with their public listening and tell them what you fucking did was wrong, and I'm fucking surprised at you. You could have did it any way you wanted to fucking do it, but at least pull them up on it, Chocolate. I would fucking have done it if somebody did that to you. I'd be fucking right behind you. Right in there telling them what they fucking did was wrong. Seems like nobody wants to take Nathan's back when it's a hard decision.
Well, when I first went on there, I told them I still didn't really, at the time, didn't really understand this whole nonsense that happened. But I told them I'm not going to stop coming to Nathan's. I don't have beef with Nathan. This is
That's fucking telling him. Oh, whoa, that fucking rocked him there. You sure told him there.
Listen, you tell them what you want to tell them. right? You operate how you want to operate. Listen, I understand that you have feelings about it. I get it, right? I get it, and I'm sorry, right? That you have these particular
That
feelings.
Neil
But
has
I went
feelings over this.
somewhere.
That Chocolate has no feelings over it. Let's deal with the issue, not Neil's issue.
Oh,
The
I don't
issue is
have
you
any
have
feelings
no
over it.
feelings over it, and you just
I
want to
don't have
fucking treat
feelings. I don't
everybody
have
like
feelings about
everything's
what
okay. Nothing
literally.
happened.
Hold on, Neil.
There's nothing to see here. Fuck
Oh,
it.
hold on,
I'm
Neil.
gonna be their buddy,
I
and
don't
I'm gonna
have
be your
feelings.
buddy. I can't fucking operate like that. So
Okay.
the best thing
I
to
don't have
fucking do is
feelings.
when you're here,
So
I'll
we're
leave.
talking about feelings now. All right, so I don't
That has
have
nothing to
feelings
do with
about
feelings.
literally watching people I consider
Nothing to do with
family
fucking
falling out.
feelings, Chocolate. A betrayal is not the act of a friend. And when you fucking join their show like fucking Jen, you're saying everything's okay. I got you. I understand. If everybody would have did
So then
what
what
the
am I
fuck
saying when I
I
come back
did,
here?
hold on. Let me get this out. If Brian and Flatsy would have stood their fucking ground and told them what they were doing is wrong, if everybody would have told them what you're doing is wrong, because it is, do I got to play the fucking tapes? Then perhaps they would have came to their fucking senses. But it's people that fucking come alongside them and say, yeah, I understand. Fuck it.
Okay. I didn't say I understand. I'm literally the one saying I still don't understand. Right? And again, don't agree with it. But you want me to hit them with the vitriol like you are. I'm choosing not to do
I ain't
that.
here with nothing. I just fucking, I see a scumbag, I don't go hang out with scumbags. That's the
Hey,
bottom
I mean,
line.
that's all right. Okay.
You
That's
hang
your
out with
prerogative.
scumbags. Jen hangs out with scumbags. Nothing I could do. I can't change. That must have been the way you were the whole time. Fucking more fool on me.
Yeah. So then what does that say when I come back here? Am I being a scumbag when I come back here where I consider
No, it
my
means you can't
fucking
fucking
home?
make a decision. It means you can't stand. It means you can't fucking make a proper decision. You can't look at the facts and say, hold on a second. How the fuck am I gonna go in that server, hang out with them, laugh it up with them when they pull this fucking grimy shit on Nathan or Eli or me? It don't fucking work, man. It don't make sense. Maybe it's my upbringing. I don't know. But you brought up in the streets, Chocolate. There's certain things you don't fucking
Yeah.
do. And when people pull moves like that, they get fucking dealt with. And the way they get dealt with is they get cut the fuck off. It would have been fucking
Yeah, I
Adam
know.
and him. That's it. And
It
fucking
sounds
Betty.
easy peasy. I know. It sounds easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I get it. And again, you don't like it and you don't like my actions. That's cool. As someone I consider a brother, I take your criticism on the shoulder. It's unfortunate, but that's what it is.
Unfortunate for you,
Still
not for
love you.
me.
I still love you, Neil. You're still my boy. Unless you just really don't want me to be, that's fine too. But I still consider you and Nathan and everybody here family. I know you don't like to hear that. There's parts of me that considers them family still too. Sometimes you have those family members that you really don't fucking like, but they're still your fam,
Chocolate.
right?
When it's
Yeah.
fucking done, I was stabbed in the back. When the fucking guy that stabbed me in the back came and fucking apologized to me, then I reconciled. When there's no fucking acknowledgement of it, there's no reconciliation.
Yeah, I get that. Oh, again, Neil, I love you, and I take it all on board.
Do you think
No
that they
worries.
wronged Nathan?
Yes, they did.
No, he's sitting on the fence, so he
You
doesn't.
think they wronged that? This is not, I'm talking to Chocolate, Mikey. Do you think that they did wrong to Nathan?
Yes, they did.
That's plain and simple, right? I mean, all you got to do is listen to a video. I posted a video the other day of Adam saying it just the way it was. This is your book. We won't write a thing without your icon being here, Nathan, because it's your book, and we're just honored to be part of it. So what the fuck happened?
I still
Did
don't
you
really
tell
know.
them? Let me ask you another question. Did you tell them, sorry, guys, but you're wrong? No, you said, that's fucked up. I'm
No.
sorry to hear that. But those guys over there are my brothers. But you didn't address it. I was hoping Saturday you would when you went on their show.
Yeah, Saturday I was bombarded with fanfare and all types of shit. So I don't know. I didn't know what the hell was going on.
Yeah, and me and Eli acknowledged that. Did you not get a phone call from me and Eli when the shit hit the fan because we couldn't find you? I was worried about you. I thought something might have happened to you. Eli got in touch with you. We had a three-way call, and we laid it down exactly what happened. Eli was there. Eli felt the same way. The facts are the facts. I can't get by what they did. I can close my eyes and make believe, but I'm just lying to myself. We told you everything that happened because you weren't around for a while. And it seems to me like you didn't even fucking address it. I thought you were going to address it, at least bring it to their attention. I couldn't because I would flip the fuck out on them and nothing would get heard. But you're a little more calm. You may get through. What you fucking did was wrong. You broke up fucking FED, something that nobody could fucking do. FED bad, everybody tried. And because of fucking pride, fucking ego,
And you
and
don't think that
jealousy,
bothers me?
they fucking broke up the whole fucking thing. And
You
left
don't think
Nathan
that bothers
scrambling.
me? Yeah, that bothers me, greatly.
Well, fucking tell them it bothers you.
Yeah, sure, maybe I will.
I hope so. Because I'd hate to fall out with you. But as it stands now, I don't even want to be around you right now. I don't. I'm being honest. As anybody that fucking goes on that side. There's a few people that
That's
were never
cool, and
involved.
I appreciate your honesty. I do.
Because I firmly believe that if everybody would have just fucking, Brian was moved with emotion. He thinks Nathan hated him from the beginning and he was always his enemy because he didn't take his side with AI. Meanwhile, QE fucking called us a bunch of bitches for even barking about it, right? But if everybody would have told them, nah, that's fucking wrong, bro. We stopped Nathan from releasing a book. We said we could make it so much better. You two guys took the initiative. Nathan stepped back and allowed it. These were more fucking off days than on days. Do you know that too? They worked. There was more days not working on the book than working on the book. They fucking let him along like a fucking puppy, and then they fucking cut the chain and left him in a fucking forest. And said, okay, now this is ours. That's not the act of a friend. The act of an enemy, a jealous enemy that fucking just wanted recognition. Like, what the fuck? Would have got recognition. Everybody would have got recognition. You're just not getting off the ship because the story is about Nathan. It's his fucking book. Stories about flat earth debate. And they fucking hijacked it, slapped fucking Betty's name on it, rearranged the fucking housekeeping questions, and fucking called it their own.
Yeah, I don't like any of that. I don't like how any of that went down. Give me a sec. I'm still at work. I'll be back in a sec.
I don't
Getting
understand
everything
how
off
they
your
think
chest there,
any of that
Nick?
was all right or okay. That's mind blowing to me. It's just crazy.
When you're moving in deceit like that and treachery like that, all it takes is one person to come alongside, listen to you, and say, you know what, you're right. That's all they needed was one fucking person. And instead, they got fucking four. So of course they're gonna think they're in the right. They would just left, it was just left to them two, that everybody told them, no, you're dead fucking wrong, and it was just Adam and QE, a guarantee there would have been a fucking change. There would have been a phone call made and some sort of reconciliation. Some sort of, it's called an awakening. They would have had a fucking awakening. But all you need is one person to buy the bullshit. Why do you think that they called me and Flatsy separately? Oh, you think that's weird? They called me and Flatsy separately on a conference call. And when I asked, why isn't Nathan here? Huey said, I tried to call Nathan, but he got all emotional and hung up on me. Now, this is right in the beginning. And I thought that was, oh shit, I didn't know that. When I asked Nathan, it was the other way around. Fucking QE hung up on him. You're hiding behind the bullshit, and you're hiding behind trying to make Nathan look like a fucking greedy bastard that didn't want to acknowledge anybody and wanted to keep everything to himself. There's nothing in there when Nathan says, I formed these arguments. They were all formed on his show. What is being said in the book is that everybody's inconsequential. It's a fucking measurement. But that's how they tried to portray him. I didn't stay on the phone call, but I was dealing with Brian for the first week this was going on, and just hearing him, I was hearing what they were saying. Nathan this and Nathan that. And all he was doing was playing a video game. He didn't treat us right. He didn't care. He's trying to take all the glory. He's not going to freaking give us any credit. When the fact of the matter is, he just wasn't going to put them as co-authors, because to be a co-author, you have to be a fucking writer of the book. Not fucking get some arguments from your fucking website and say, I put these all together, therefore they're mine. That's not writing a book. And it's a waste of time that fucking bothers me. All of that time was fucking wasted. Nah, you got to call it out. When somebody does something like that, you got to call them out. And if the tables were fucking turned, I would have called out Nathan. I can't be around fucking people that can't make a fucking decision. That there's only one decision to be made when you're placed with the facts in front of you. It's either you fucking ate the apple or you didn't eat the apple. Not the woman you gave me fucking made me eat it. Anyway, I'm done venting.
Exactly. It goes back to the beginning.
Eli hit it on the head the other day when I was talking to him. He said, man, of course I hear them on there, they're laughing and joking. It's like, damn, man, I do want to be part of that. I do wish this didn't happen, but I can't get by what has happened. I can't forget what has happened. And that's what stops him from going in there and cucking it up with them and laughing up like nothing happened. When you know what happened, there is no way, unless you're a scumbag too, you know. Scumbags have a way of finding each other.
Honor being the foundation who you are, then you can go through with us, being born again Christian, the Lord Jesus being God, your Savior.
Well, that's different. That's a different standard. I'm not holding him to the standard of Christianity. I was just making an example. I mean, but there is a right and there is a wrong, and everybody has that built in them. You have a conscience, right? Let your conscience be your guide. Remember that when you was a kid, Jiminy Cricket, right? Freaking Pinocchio, another
And there's
Italian.
that point that it
Anyway, here's the thing.
being
I'm not
held
holding him to a
accountable.
Christian standard. I'm holding him to a freaking standard of being a man. You're either going to be a man or you're going to be a mouse. You're going to be a man. You're going to call out what was done. If you're going to be a mealy mouth, then you're not going to call it out, and you're just going to freaking accept what's been done, which gives them all the more motivation to continue on. You know, then you start believing in bullshit that there was 2 books written. You know, you let them tell the story. The only thing I regret is on this whole thing, I should have stood on that phone call longer. I shouldn't have just said my piece and left. I should have stood in that because there's no way, no matter what they told me, you're fucking wrong and that's it. I should have stood in that freaking phone call and just kept withstanding them to the face. But then they probably would have hung up on me and canceled me out. But that's my only regret. I did not stay on that call and fucking continue to withstand them no matter what they said. Bring them back to the facts that matter.
I mean, Kiwi never respected you anyway, Neil. You know, that's a fact.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Respecting me enough to fucking make a 3-way fucking phone call, a 4-way phone call, because he knew if he would have got me to go with him, then he would have had a little more juice. Me, Brian, Adam, and him, Betty, Flatsy. Then down the road, real chocolate in with a fucking partner book.
I mean, I was only new to it. What was said in chat, I mean, in the videos, I mean, he always put you down. That's what I got from it.
Then
That's
put
all.
everybody fucking down. That's his fucking defense. Put everybody down. I'm not defined by what the fuck QE does or says. He's a fucking asshole scumbag, and he showed his true colors.
I agree. Absolutely agree.
And they do fucking care because the shit I said gets to them. You notice how they're fucking making it a point to fucking lay out who they were in this arena. Oh, I was with Robert Pisano, and I was fucking debating evolution on fucking line. And Adam was fucking, he got arrested on the Globe Earth fucking lie, which was cool. And he was part of a fucking show called Iron Realm Media. Ask how many people know what Iron Realm Media is. But my point in that text message was we got to know these people through Flat Earth Debate under the banner of Flat Earth Debate, where everybody got together and we worked shit out. That bothered them to the point where they're making it a point to try and make themselves relevant outside of Flat Earth Debate. So he does fucking care. And the other fucking day, I said to Brian, you should be known as the great fucking globe debunkers, but we'll prove Earth is flat. Fucking got his attention there, where, what does he talk about in the beginning of his show? If you debunk a globe, you ipso facto prove flat Earth. That's not true. Nathan laid it out earlier. If you debunk a dog, it don't automatically become a cat. So he is fucking paying attention.
Speak up, whoever that is.
I haven't sent them one message, but I get messages all the time from them. 2 from Adam that I have still not responded to. From Adam. All right? Now, on the show I'm part of, Flat Earth Debate, when I find out that a book came out around the time Nathan was planning to launch his, and I'm in the chat, Flat Earth Debate chat, and somebody asked me a question about it, and I call the people scumbags, they don't like that. Right? So they want to know why I became a freaking chat skank, chatting shit. Are you going to continue to chat shit, or are we going to talk? No, we're not going to fucking talk, you thief. What the fuck makes you think I want to talk to you? Then the next message I get is fucking Chocolate saying, promoting the book. Welcome to Flat Earth Debate. But I haven't gone in there. When I wanted to, just to straighten them out, I wasn't allowed in.
Next message you got was what?
Yeah, a fucking commercial with Super Saiyan, whatever the fuck that is, Dragon Ball Z guy. You've seen it, Chocolate.
It's the short clip with you, Chalk, with you on the beach.
Yeah, that's what I was sent. Here, listen to this.
Why you say it's a
This.
clip? I thought it was a picture.
No, it's a
What is
fucking
it
little
a clip
video.
of?
You, whatever. I don't say you. Why is it you? Because the fucking Dragon Ball Z guy's brown. Listen,
Literally my
the
icon.
whole way they went about it was grimy. They didn't even let you fucking know.
Right. I agree with the sentiment of the current discussion. But with that, I am going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.